First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great mighty revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, chief of the Azar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Before I start this lesson, there was a question that was asked. Someone asked me a question, right? And the question was, check this question out. And anybody that read this book should be able to answer this question. Was Adam and Eve cursed?
Oh, no, not at all.
The only thing that I read in the book where God cursed anything was the serpent got cursed and God cursed the ground. Don't get confused behind what are curses and punishments.
That's right. That's correct.
Don't get it mixed in and confused. God cursed the ground for Adam's sake.
That's right.
And he told him that he's gonna have to work that ground. And by the sweat of your brow thou shalt eat bread. Okay? All right? Adam was not cursed. You know who's cursed? We're more cursed than they are. Adam is in a way more position, better position than we would ever be in. But we continue to talk against the ones that God has chosen. We continue to say derogatory statements against the people that we read, against men and women that God has chosen in this book.
Yeah.
But we listen, we fear to take heed to ourselves. See, the reason why certain things and certain explanations are brought out and said is because there is something that we are doing in our lives that's causing us to cloud our judgment, clouding our reasoning, clouding our interpretation about what this book means. Adam was never cursed. God didn't curse Adam. Adam messed up one time, taking heed and hearkening to the voice of his wife, and he ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God commanded him not to eat from it. That's the only time Adam messed up. That's the only time Eve messed up. When she took heed to the serpent.
That's right.
Allowed the serpent to beguile her and trick her. Now the serpent was able to get into her head and trick her. Why? Because Eve was innocent.
That's right. That's right.
Eve was innocent. Adam was innocent. They were in an innocent state of mind. They didn't know what evil was.
Yeah.
They didn't know what wickedness was.
Yeah.
She didn't know what lying was. So when people say certain things against the book, we got to know what to receive and accept and what not to accept. Your information and your opinions and the things that you don't voiced out of your mouth must correlate with what the book says.
That's right.
And if you don't read it in the book, then stop telling people these foolishness. Stop teaching the people foolishness. Adam and Eve was cursed. Eve knew Eve knew evil before she ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is what gave her knowledge. Is what showed her and gave her knowledge of what enabled what is what gave her the ability to discern between good and evil. So we gotta stop this, man. We gotta stop this. Let's keep it the way the book is. Let's keep it the way we read it in the book. And when you go off into these other various sickly books, trying to pick out and be more smart.
Yeah.
You want to be more smarter than God.
Yeah.
That's the problem is. We want to be smarter than God. You know why I said we want to be more smarter than God? Because Genesis, the whole book of Genesis came directly out the mouth of God. The whole book of Exodus came directly out the mouth of God. Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy came directly out the mouth of God.
Yeah.
So when God said, and repeated it, and Moses wrote it, which is the word of God, God said that Eve said, God said, don't touch it. So when you say Eve's a liar, you're calling God a liar.
That's right.
God quoted this. Be careful when we voice certain things contrary from what the book says. I said, God quoted this, man. And this is why we can't come together. This is why we can't come. Yet we serve and we acknowledge one God. But everybody got a different terminology and a different meaning from what the book says. Because you want to seem smart. You want to seem smarter than God. Like you done figured out something that nobody else knows.
2024 scholars.
2024 scholars.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Stop, man. We got to stop. We got to stop that this is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
It is really getting out of hand when you sit and listen to these people. But yet, they want to talk and say that I'm crazy.
Yeah.
No, I ain't crazy because I still got my hair on my head.
Say it again, brother.
And God said, Lo reproof payout won't shake him.
Yeah, say it again.
God said, don't cut your hair. God said, don't bulge your face. So I still got my beard and my hair on my head. I don't eat blood and fat. And I watch what I wear. I watch what I wear. If it's not 100% cotton wool, linen, or silk, I don't put it on.
Yeah.
I don't profane the Sabbath day.
Talk.
I don't talk my own words. I don't carry burdens on the Sabbath. Everything will be arranged and prepared before the Sabbath comes. See, we got to be taught how to keep the Sabbath day. But people want to come to the camp with loaves and bags and juices and food. All that should have been brought to the camp before the Sabbath came in.
That's right.
You want to bring food? You want something to eat? Bring it before the sunset.
That's right.
You want juice? Bring it before the sunset. Because isn't that the same thing what they did at Nehemiah time? How they came to the gates with wares and loaves and burdens and all manners of burdens to sell to the Israelites.
Yeah.
They wanted to sell that to the Israelites. Huh?
Yeah.
And you had Israelites lingering at the gate, lingering at the door, ready to buy. But Nehemiah had to do what Eli didn't do. Forcefully stop them.
That's right.
If you come back here at the gate, I'm going to lay my hands on you.
That's
And
right.
that's why what happened with Eli took place. Because God said, hey, he said, man, you chose your sons above me.
That's right.
Isn't that what we do today? We choose our children above God. We choose our parents above God. We choose everything else, our jobs, everything else, yourself above God. You put everything before God instead of putting God first, putting his laws first. So no, Adam wasn't cursed. No, Eve wasn't cursed. This man was created and formed personally by the hands of God.
Yeah.
And we're calling the man cursed. You got some nerve. He was never born of a woman. Eve and Adam never had an umbilical cord.
That's right. That's right.
So what is wrong with us? What's wrong with us, man? What's wrong with us? And God, Adam was the only man that God blew the breath of life into.
That's right.
And because the breath of life was transferred and blew into Adam, it was transferred through DNA. So now God don't have to keep blowing breath into souls.
Wow.
This breath was transferred through DNA. And therefore, he was able to have children and children and children and generations, and they all will be able to live because that life was transferred through DNA.
Right.
Generated power.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's go into Deuteronomy chapter 17. Let's go into the law. What a question. Was Adam cursed?
The loins curse.
Come on, man. What a question, man. The book stated what was cursed. The book stated the ground was cursed, and the book cursed the serpent. Cursed him. What he told him? He said, upon thy belly shalt thou go, which means the serpent was counted amongst the cattle.
He had legs.
He had legs like a cow and a deer.
That's right.
But he was a weird-looking serpent. So God cursed him and took his legs. And because he beguiled and tricked Eve into doing that very same command that God commanded her not to do, he took his legs. So now he got to slither upon his belly and eat dust. Let's read Deuteronomy chapter 17.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock.
Thou shalt not sacrifice to the Lord thy God any bullock. You see what God left for us? We were able to sacrifice. And God gave us a way out to make atonement for sins, to make peace with God, the burnt offerings, the sin offerings, the peace offerings. All these offerings was for our benefit because God already knew I have to set something up so that these people would be able to save themselves from themselves. Because in the beginning of time, our father Adam, he ate from that tree. And because he ate from that tree, now death was instituted in the world. Now we all got to die. Because he ate from that tree, the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man, which means we have two entities. We have evil in us and we have good in us. But we can strengthen the good that we have in us by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. We weaken ourselves by going against the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. And when we weaken ourselves by going against these laws, now our opinions get sidetracked. Our thoughts get sidetracked. A breach an opening begin to form within your spirit, which allows more sin to come to our head. More things that's contrary to what God said comes here. Comes here because before I stole, it came here. Before we did anything, before we do anything in life, it comes to your head first. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep,
wherein
is blemish, or any evil favoredness.
Wherein is blemish. What is a blemish? All right. The word blemish in the Hebrew is mum, mem, shabuts, mem, sophie. It means a defect. And it also means a physical defect. And it also means moral stain. We can have animals that had a physical defect, were not supposed to be sacrificed before God. Right? We can also have a defect. And what causes us to have a defect, what causes us to have a moral stain is the breaking of the laws and the commandments of God. Okay? So now what is a moral defect? A moral A moral stain. A moral stain is principles of right and wrong behavior. There are principles that we are taught of how to behave, how to act, how to move, how we should move, how we shouldn't move, what we shouldn't say, what are the things that we shouldn't do.
The right ways.
The right ways. Okay? He said principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. Okay? So now a person's standards of behavior or beliefs concerning what is and is not acceptable for them to do. Okay? So, and what do we go by? What tells us and what shows us the things that we should do or should not do? The laws, the commandments, the statutes, this book that we read from. This book guides us, directs us, and shows us the things that we should be doing, shows us the things that we shouldn't be doing. Okay? Your morals are your ideas about what is right or wrong, especially how you should act or treat people. So there's a way you treat people. There's a way you say that there's things that you should not be saying to people. Okay? Go ahead, read.
But that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God.
For that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God. Right? So we didn't offer up animals and bullocks and sheep and ass that had defect, that was defective. What causes us to be defective is sin. And when we become defective, then we can't be used by God. God don't want us that way. There is a way that God can accept us. And the only way that God can accept us is by taking heed to his commandments. And when God don't accept you, he's not going to accept what comes from you. He's not going to accept your prayer. He's not going to accept your children. He's not going to accept nothing that comes from you unless your son walk uprightly before God. Ezekiel 18, Ezekiel 33. Time sheet.
Verse 2. If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman that hath brought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God.
Read that over.
If there be found among
you
within any of thy gates,
which
the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman that hath brought wickedness,
that have done wickedness
in the sight of the Lord thy God,
in the sight of the Lord thy God,
and transgressing his covenant.
So what's wickedness? What did God say is wickedness? Transgressing, breaking his covenant. So when we break the covenant of God, then guess what? You're evil and you're wicked. Plain and simple. But people have a problem accepting that. People have a problem accepting that they are wicked and evil. Why are you evil and wicked? Because I have transgressed the covenant of God. Okay? Presumptuously. Okay? Presumptuously. Which means knowing of something to be wrong and you still continue to do it for your own gratification. For your own to suffice and appease you. So you disregard the commandments of God to please yourself. Now you have exalted yourself and put yourself in the stead of God. Okay? Transgressing this covenant, right? The Hebrew word for transgress is abad. It means to transgress. It means to depart from the agreement. Ain't that something? God had an agreement with us. Huh? He went into covenant with us. The very same day that we went and stood before the presence of God in Mount Sinai, God came down on that mountain and incinerated the whole mountain range. And they heard the voice of God coming out of the midst of that fire, reciting the commandments, the 10 Commandments. Thick darkness and fire. Moses drew near and went back in the thick darkness where God was. Huh? Come on, man. Come on, man. And at that time, the people feared. At that time, they was afraid. Yes, they was afraid. But it didn't last. And that's our problem. We are only afraid and scared at the moment.
Wow.
We are only afraid and scared at the moment.
True.
But once that moment wear off, the fear is gone, and we're back into our own heart's lust. We're back into our foolishness. So therefore, what God said, to keep this fear, keep that fear, God told us keys. He said, talk about the book every day. When you wake up, when you lie down, when you rise up, when you walk by the way. He said, make sure that you read this book every day so that you may learn to fear God. Because this is something that we need to learn.
Right.
This is something that we need to learn. Let's read it.
Verse 3. And have gone and served other gods.
And have gone and served other gods. The word for gone is yalak. You know what yalak means? Yalak means to go.
Wow.
Yalak means to walk.
Yeah.
And have gone and served other gods. And have walked after other gods. To go means what? We're going to dig deep about these words so we know what to do, what not to do. What happens when you do this? And listen here. To go means what? To follow a certain course or procedure. Okay? To follow a certain course or procedure. Right? You say you should not go. You should have gone and served other gods. What is a procedure? A procedure is a traditional or established way of doing something. So we cannot follow the procedures of the nations. We cannot follow the traditionals, or established way that they do it.
Yeah.
The nations pray and hold hands and say grace before they eat. In the book, God said, eat and be full, then ye shall bless God.
That's right.
The book said, eat and then bless God. That's what the book says.
Right.
Book ain't said bless God and pray to God before you eat. The book said eat. And when you're off, you say eat. And after you eat, bless God.
That's right.
So when we, as simple as that, when we follow contrary and opposite to that, those are the traditions and the established ways that the heathens do. So we have a job. We got to make sure, we got to take heed to ourselves and make sure that we are not following after their ways and the things that they do, so that God don't look at you as the same. I want God to look at me different. So I don't want to do nothing like the people. I don't want to eat like you. I don't want to look like you. I don't want to think like you. I don't want to do nothing like y'all.
Right.
Could these people that don't know God and refuse to hearken to his voice, yes, they're cursed. And I don't want God to look at me like them, because I'm not like them. I'm not like them. You say a procedure, right? What is it? What is traditional? Traditional is the handing down of information, beliefs, or customs by word of mouth, an inherited pattern of thought and action. An inherited pattern of thought or action, right? So now, an inherited pattern of thought. An inherited pattern of thought is a type of thought or action that's passed down. The parents pass down these information, these information to the next generation. You, as a parent, as a head, as a leader, you train the child up how to think, what to accept, what not to accept, by what you teach them. Just by what you teach them. So if you teach your child at 5 years old to go sit in the barber seat, then that's how they're going to live. And now we're going to have a generations of Israelites that goes to barbershops and bald their heads and then make excuses of why they bald their heads. When God said, don't do it. There is no excuse to break the laws. There is no excuse to break these commandments. There is no excuse to break these statutes. And when we are able to come up with an excuse And then you want to justify it. Well, brother, this is the reason why. God don't care about your reasons.
I was going bald, brother.
God don't care about your reasons. My father was going bald. And he said, well, I would just be walking around with a Jefferson because I ain't cutting my hair.
That's right.
That's what he said.
Yeah. Right.
And that's the fear. That is the fear, and the determination for God is what the Most High is looking for. That's what God is looking for. We don't got that.
That's right.
We don't got that. We curve and twist the law to suit ourselves. We curve and twist the laws to suit ourselves, man. Come on, man. Traditional, right? The other definition for go, now, as I read on, something said, read that definition over. Go. To be compatible to. To be compatible to. Means what? You're the same. Able to exist or occur together without conflict. You agree. That's why I'm able to live with you. And you live a different life than I live. But God said, I agree with you because I accept it. This is why we can't live together. We have to live one way, according to the laws and the commandments of God. And when you have not decided to live according to these laws, commandments that God has set forth, then we can't live together. I can't sit with you. I can't do nothing with you. Because look, God look at me and say, I agree. To be compatible or suitable to. Okay? Let's where we at?
Verse 3.
All right, now hold up, stay right there. To walk, right? It means a course of action. Right? Course of action is a procedure adopted to deal with a situation. Adopted to deal with a situation. But the procedure and how we deal with situations should be according to how God said to deal with it. He said you need 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter. And if you don't have 2 or more witnesses to establish the matter, then the matter is dead. I can't continue to blame you and I ain't got no witnesses. I got to leave that alone. God said in judgment that there should be no partiality. Which means I cannot show favoritism as a judge. Whether it's concerning my son or a relative, I cannot show favor because the laws of God don't have friends. They don't have friends. They don't have sides. Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 3. And hath gone and served other gods and worshipped them, either the sun or moon,
or
any of the host of heaven,
or any of the hosts of heaven,
which I have not commanded. And if he told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently.
That was verse 3, right?
Yes.
Do we know that all religions stems from astrology? All religion stems from sun worship, moon worship. All these things stems from astrology. Christianity, astrology.
The beginning of all of that.
The beginning of all these things stems from astrology. Even the so-called JC.
Come on.
Okay? He is the sun god.
Yes, he is.
In other words, he's the sun god. There was a story that that came up about him. Because stories are not true. Right? And he died. He was chopped up in pieces. And his mother, who was Semiramis, couldn't find one part, which was his phallus. So she made a phallus symbol in honor of her son, JC. And he was resurrected to the sun. She got impregnated by the rays of the sun. That was the Immaculate Conception. She got conceived through the rays of the sun through her son and had a godchild called Tammuz.
Come on.
We read about that later.
Now let's be for real.
Okay? And every nation had a JC. Assyrians, Canaanites. They all had a 3-in-1.
triad.
A triad. That's right, Tom Sheep.
Verse 4.
Verse
And if
4.
be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently,
And if it be told thee,
and thou hast heard of it,
and you heard of
and
it,
inquired diligently,
and you inquired diligently. What do you mean by inquired diligently? Darashta Haiti. Darashta Haiti means to seek out the good. Seek out what happened. Seek out who was right in this matter. All right, go ahead.
and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel. Verse 5. Then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die.
He said, then thou shalt bring out forth that man or that woman which had committed that wicked thing unto the gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. People say that's inhumane, but God said to stone them. Why? That's a horrible death. And that death, being stoned, will put fear. That's why God said, he said, after you stone them with stones that they die. What he said after? He said, so the nation of Israel will hear and fear and do no more such wickedness. But the people don't fear and they are not afraid because there's no judgment going on. People are able to do as they're pleased and they don't have to worry about no judgment. They don't have to worry about nothing going on because we can't fulfill the judgments of God here. If you catch a person committing adultery, you can't kill him. Because if you kill him, guess what happens? The police coming for you. The police. They're going to come lock you up, put you in cuffs, and you're going to do 25 to 30 years in prison. So these laws was given, again, to a free people. To a free people. We are under the subjection of another government. You can't fulfill these things here. Go ahead, read.
Verse 6.
Verse 6.
At the mouth of two witnesses,
At the mouth of two witnesses,
or three witnesses,
or three witnesses,
shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of one witness, he shall not be put to death.
But at the mouth of one witness, he shall not. Only one person is saying this. Why do we like to take heed to what one person is telling you? Why? And this guy don't have no proof about what he's saying. He ain't seen it. He ain't heard of it. He just hear people talking. So you going along with it. Go ahead.
The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon them.
The hands of the witness shall be first upon them.
Put them to death. And afterward the hands of all the people. So thou shalt put the evil away from among them. Verse 8. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between
blood
and blood.
Between blood and blood. What do you mean by blood and blood? Family. Between blood and blood. Brother and brother.
Between blood and blood. Between plea and plea.
Plea and plea.
Between stroke and
between
stroke.
Stroke and stroke.
Being matters of controversy.
Matters of controversy.
Within thy gates.
Within thy gates.
Then shalt thou arise and get thee up into the place which the Lord thy God shall choose.
He said, then shalt thou arise and get thee to the place where God chooses. Right? Why is it to go there? You going to the high priest. The only one that can solve these type of matters is the high priest. Because this high priest was linked to God. And he had the Urim and the Thummim and the breastplate. And he was able, certain rubies and diamonds that represents the tribe will light up with no electrical wire. But it lights up.
No battery.
No battery. This violation came from this tribe. And now you work it down to the families and houses and all. And that's how they found out it was Achan. So go ahead, read.
And thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites.
Thou shalt come unto the priests,
the Levites.
The Levites.
And unto the judge that shall be in those days.
And unto the judges that shall be in those days.
And inquire.
And inquire.
They shall show thee the sentence of judgment.
They shall show thee the sentence of judgment.
Thou shalt do according to the sentence.
And thou shalt do according to the sentence.
Which day of that place which the Lord shall choose.
Which day of that place which the Lord shall choose.
Shall show thee.
Shall show thee. Now one thing that these people had that we don't have today is loyalty.
Yeah.
You know why I say that? Because we was able, back then, if we was able to take a person, take a monkey to a judge or to the priest, and whatever the priest or the judge say, they will hearken and listen. But we can't do that here. You know why? Because we don't take this serious.
Yeah.
We don't acknowledge the head as the head.
Yeah.
And when the head give a sanction, this is how it go. Then it's my job, it's your job to hearken to what was sanctioned by the head. Yeah. This is why we can't have nothing set here. We can't do nothing. Because if you feel you don't want to agree, then you don't agree. Well, I don't agree with that, man. Other than you walk off. No shit. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee. Verse 11. According to the sentence of the Lord which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand or to the left. The man that will do presumptuously.
And the man that will do presumptuously. What does presumptuous mean? What do you mean by presumptuous? Zadon, Zayin, Dalet, Kolam, Nun. It means insolence. It means pride. It means arrogance. Okay? Now, a person with a proud heart look at you as a failure. They look down on you. Isn't that what people do? People look down on, we look down on each other, which means we still have a certain level or amount of pride within us that we need to get rid of to serve God. Because we can't serve God with pride. We can't serve God with being vain. We got to get rid of these things. Vanity and being vain gets in the way of serving God. So now you don't want to walk outside in your robe. You are afraid about what people think and look at you. You don't want to look and portray that image that's going to make you seem weird in their eyes. So you're vain. He said, look at you as a failure by ignoring your strengths, magnifying your weakness to establish himself.
Talk about it.
Huh?
Talk about it.
Pride is a deadly mixture of discontent and greed, which leaves you unsatisfied and angry at every inconvenience and affliction. Never satisfied. Never satisfied. Okay? Pride is an inordinate self-esteem. You cannot serve God with self-esteem.
Right.
Because a person with self-esteem, you only think about yourself. I'm not considering nobody else. If it don't benefit me, I don't want nothing to do with it. We have to be selfless in order to serve God. That's what these laws teaches us, to be selfless. Because these laws teaches us and tells us how I should treat you and how you should treat me. What I should say to you and what you shouldn't say to me. We should not be offensive to each other. And people that come up on the beamer to express and explain the word of God, we have to watch our words too.
Right.
We can't just come up here teaching. I'm teaching God. You just come up there and say anything, not caring about who you offend in the audience. Don't sit your butt down, man, because you can't discern. You can't make discernments about what things you need to be saying, things you shouldn't be saying up here. Because you don't know what position these people is in. You have different minds. You have millions and thousands of different minds that's sitting in the audience. So now you have to bethink yourself and say, well, I didn't mean it. Well, they took it that way. They took it that way. A teacher don't teach like that. A teacher don't explain, don't teach like that. A teacher has consideration. A teacher has consideration, and they are aware of their crowd. What to speak about, what not to speak about, what I shouldn't say, what I should say, what needs to be said. This don't need to be said at this time. This ain't the pill. This ain't the pot. This ain't the spot to rebuke you.
No.
Come on.
I'm not up here to rebuke nobody in the congregation. You know what this spot's for? teach and explain the laws of God. That's it. Stick to that.
That's right.
That's it. The laws that are broken, we speak and teach the law so that it will come a little clearer to you, hoping that you'll be able to say, wow, now I see my faults and recognize my faults before God so that you can be better before God and improve in your life. That's all what this is for. To help you recognize your faults that is against God. Not for me to come up here and throw darts and throw this and say this about this one, or he meant this to me. No, that's not what this is for. That's going to bring about discouragement. You're going to be discouraged. You ain't going to want to sit in here no more. Man, it's time to go. And that's what these people do. They ain't no teachers, man. You push people away like that. Tom sheet.
Talk about it.
The man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken.
Okay, hold up. Presumptuous. We're on what? Deuteronomy 17, verse 12. Presumptuous. It means inordinate self-esteem. That's pride. A person that arouses a feeling of deep pleasure or satisfaction. So these arouses mean to stir up. You done stirred up feelings within yourself. Insolence is contemptuously rude or impertinent. Before, all right, impertinent in speech. Impertinent means what? Disregard for others. So when you disregard others, when you don't have no regard for people, Tom sheet.
And will not hearken unto the priest.
Will not hearken to the priest.
That standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God. Or unto the judge. Even that man shall die. And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. Verse 13.
Verse 13.
And all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously.
And all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. Right? Okay, go ahead.
When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me.
And that was our problem. We always desired to be like the people round about. We always desired to be like unto the nations round about. Now they're talking about having a king. Now they want the king like the Canaanites and those 7 nations. Right? So go ahead, read. Let's read it.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose.
Okay, what verse you at?
15.
Go ahead.
One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. But he shall not multiply horses.
Okay, when thou art coming to the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and thou shalt say, I will set a king over me. Like as all the nations that are round about. Thou shalt anywise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. The word for stranger is nakri. It means a foreigner or a Gentile. At that point in time, any tribe could have been a king. The king, the first king, was a Benjamite, was Saul. He was the first king. Any tribe could have been the king. But because David was so good and upright with God, he established the kingship to be within Judah.
Right.
He established the kingship to be within Judah. Go ahead, read.
Verse 16.
Go ahead. Verse 16, you right.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself.
He shall not multiply horses to himself. Read.
Nor cause the people
to return to Egypt.
To the end that he should multiply horses.
For
as much as the Lord has said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself. That his heart turn not away.
So these are the things that cause your heart to turn away from God. But we're not talking about every man. This is the instructions of the king. God said that the king should not multiply horses and wives because these two things will turn your heart away from God. Okay? So the king, all right, turn your heart away from God. Read.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver
and gold. These are things that turn your heart away from God. Read. Now, the king, King David, the only one that I read about that had one wife. Saul had one wife. And he didn't multiply wives. King David had 7 wives. Solomon had 1,000 women, 700 wives, and 300 concubines. But guess what? God never condemned them for it. The only thing that King David, that God got angry at King David for, was in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. But according to the Lord's commandments and the statutes of God, a man, if he is able to take care of 2 wives, he can have 2 wives.
That's right.
He can have as many wives as he wants.
That's
only
right.
if he's able to take care of them.
That's right. Speak on it.
That's
brother.
what God said. But we have a problem getting angry, not with the person that did it. Take your problem up with God.
That's right.
And tell God that I don't like this.
That's right.
I despise this. There are many men in the book that had 2 wives. Many men in the book that had 2 wives. People and Israelites today don't know how to do it. You know why? Because they aren't doing it the right way. Today, you can't have 2 wives. Because you ain't got the means to take care of them. You got to have 2 houses.
Right.
You got to pay for 2 rents, 2 incomes. You need like 2, 3 jobs. You want that stress? That's a lot of stress. 2 rents. You imagine paying $2,000 for 2 places. Then you got to worry about paying the light, gas, and all this things, house bills. Then you got to worry about taking care of the means of the children and your wife. That's a lot. That's a lot. But yet you have brothers with 2 wives and 3 wives, and guess what? They ain't got no job. Wow. They don't have no job, and they don't even have a spot to live at. They're living with her, and they're being taken care of. But God, this is not how God set it up. It's not how the Creator set it up, man.
Right, talk about it.
It's not how the Most High set it up. Let's read.
Verse 18.
Go ahead.
And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, then he shall write him a copy of this law in a book.
Then he shall write him a copy of what?
Of this law.
Of this law.
In a book.
Hold up. The word copy is mishneh. You know what mishneh means? To sharpen by oral repetition. This is something that should be spoken about repetitive, constantly. Because remember, only 2 people had the book. The high priest. And God commanded the king to write him a copy of the first 5 from the high priest. Okay? So these words that came directly out the mouth of God have power. And when you are reading these words out loud, you know who you're speaking to? You. Yourself, your spirit. You're speaking to that unruly being that you have within you. And this is why God said repetitively, repeat it, talk about it when you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. Because we have to succumb and capture the evil that we have in us. And until we realize that we have evil in us, you're not going to win the battle. You're not going to change. You're not going to be able to see yourself for who you really are and what you need to work on, what I need to stop, what I need to start doing. Go ahead.
And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law.
He shall write him a copy of this law in the book.
Out of that which is before the priest.
Out of that which is before the priest, the Levites.
And it shall be with him. And he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God.
That he may learn to fear the Lord thy God. So this is something that we need to learn. And the only way we're going to learn how to fear God, we got to read. But guess what? Reading one time, not going to work. You have to read this book every day, constantly, with the intentions to change for the better.
That's
With
right.
the intentions to be better before God. Because the only way you could be a good man is by honoring the laws of God.
That's
The only
right.
way you could be a good woman is by honoring the laws of God. Don't
That's
tell me
right.
you're a good man or a good woman and you don't honor God.
That's right.
Don't tell me that. You're not good. You know why? Because that's how God analyzed who is good. God said, he said, he said he killed the son of Jeroboam. God killed a baby. But yet we want to question God and ask God why. But God knows why he killed that innocent little baby. Because God, in the book, when you read, the Creator said that he saw good in the child. And the goodness that God saw in the child, that this child had a determination to serve God. But if I keep him alive, his father is going to what?
Corrupt.
He's going to corrupt him. He said, so let me take this child out before he gets corrupt. I wish you would have did that to me. We are all corrupt. You don't believe it? We're corrupt. But we're in denial and don't want to accept the fact that we're corrupt and have been corrupted. Tom Sheep.
Deuteronomy 17, verse 19. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein.
It shall be with him, and he shall read therein what?
All the days of his life.
All the days of his life.
So that he may learn to fear
That he
the
may
Lord
learn
God,
to fear the Lord his God.
to keep all the words of
To
this
keep
law
all the words of this law
and these statutes.
and these statutes.
To do them.
To do them, Tom
That his
Sheep.
heart be not lifted up above his
That
brethren.
his heart be not lifted up.
And that
Above
he
his
turn
brethren.
not his,
Because by reading this law, it keeps you humble. It's supposed to keep you in a humble state. It's supposed to keep you in a humble state, not arrogant and raunchy. That's what the Lord does. It humbles you. So when we have this arrogant persona, then we must be not reading enough. Go ahead, read.
that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he might prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel.
That's it. Go to Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 1. See, this is why God was able to work with Moses. Humility. Moses was the most meekest and humble man that ever walked the face of the earth. And God saw that in Moses. And he said, man, I could use this guy because I could use this guy, make him do certain things, and he ain't going to get above his breeches. That's what humility does. I'm going to use him to split the sea. He was able to split the sea, and he ain't even, I split the sea, man. Y'all he never boasts about that. That's what humility does. Humility keep you humble, keep you from boasting about your abilities, boasting about your accomplishments. Humility. That's what Moses had. That's what Moses had. Never put himself above the breaches. That's what this law does. The law keep you humble.
That's right.
Law keep you humble, man. Right. So that you can be used by God.
That's right.
And that right there is what draw the Creator towards you. Ain't that one of the qualification that God in Isaiah 66, the Most High said, he said, but to this man will I look. One of them was humble. Humility. Humility. A contrite heart. And tremble at the word of God. A contrite heart is a broken spirit.
That's right.
And a broken spirit is a spirit that is able to accept God, except when he's wrong, because your spirit is broken.
That's right.
Your spirit is broken.
That's right.
Tom Sheep. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 1.
The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding.
Wait a minute. Let me get the chat. Let me get the book first. Go ahead, read that over again.
The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king
The
of
Proverbs
Israel.
of Solomon,
To know wisdom.
son of David, to know where did Solomon get all this wisdom from? God gave it to him. I said, God gave Solomon that wisdom. Why did God give Solomon? God asked him, and he named him Jedediah. Means what? Beloved of God. He said, what you want? Gave him a choice. He said, man, he told God, he said, give me understanding so I can govern a wise and understanding people. Right? You know what the Most High told him? These are things that you don't ask God for. God said, he said, because you didn't ask for the death of your enemy. He said, because you didn't ask for riches. He said, I'm going to give you wisdom. Gave him wisdom. And the riches and everything else came after. Right? That's why when Solomon loaned his heart to folly, his wisdom never left. Because anything that God gives you, you don't lose.
That's true.
You don't lose. See, wisdom will leave you and me. When we dash our foot against the stone and violate the commandments of God, then wisdom depart from us. Because wisdom cannot dwell in a deceitful soul.
That's right.
So when you continue to be deceitful before God, wisdom leaves. Because two can't occupy the same space. All right, go ahead, read.
To know wisdom and instruction.
To know wisdom and instructions. The word instructions is musad. Musad means instructions, learning. What is learning? Knowledge acquired through experience, studying, or by being taught. Or by being taught. This discipline, warnings, admonition, reproof. So we're going to dig into these words here. Right? Right? Discipline is the ability to control one's feelings. The ability to control your feelings and overcome one's weakness. All right? The ability to do what is right despite temptations and abandon it. That's discipline.
Yeah.
But we cannot acquire discipline of the self, violation and violating the commandments of God.
That's
and
right.
This is why when iniquity and sin and things that come to your mind that's contrary to what God said, we always fall into it. It sounds good to it. It sounds good to you. We always fall in. Why? Because we weaken ourselves by violating the commandments of God.
That's
so we
right.
can't discipline ourselves.
That's
Warnings, right? Advance notice that indicates possible or impending danger or other unpleasant situations.
Advance notice
before it happened.
Get you ready.
What tells you that? Reading the book.
Yeah.
Reading the book, wisdom, all these things prepare you for these things. And it fortifies your spirit. Okay? Admonition. Right? Warning, counsel, or warnings against faults, against your faults. What is reproof? Reproof is a negative comment, rebuke, or criticism for a fault, a form or expression of disapproval, disapprove, to reject, or to condemn.
Okay.
We have a problem reproving each other.
Okay.
Correcting each other. We have a problem correcting each other. But if I don't correct you, then God look at me as if I agree with you. So therefore, I must correct you. I gotta say something to show you where you went wrong at. I can't continue to walk on this way and just leave you to yourself. This is why when we decide to do these laws, commandments, and statutes, we cannot be partial. Brothers, sisters, family, relatives is out the window when we're dealing with the laws of God. The only thing is what we stand with is what is right.
That's right.
Condemn the wicked. Condemn them. All right? Instructions. Detailed information telling how things should be done. Detailed. Detailed information. You know what that is? That's the Torah.
That's right.
That's that first 5. That's what that is. Instructions
Basic
on how we should be living our lives.
Basic
But the people today denounce the Torah, denounce the laws of God because it's too much restrictions. These laws restricts us from doing what you like to do. These laws restricts us and tell us what you shouldn't like, what you shouldn't accept, what we need to despise and hate. God tells us what to accept and what not to accept. God shows us and tells us what to despise and hate. Okay? Tom C.
To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding.
To perceive the words of understanding. Right? Habim. To perceive means to understand. Right? To teach. To explain. Understanding is the reasoning, the action or process of using logic to form conclusions or explanations, not using your emotions.
Okay.
Because I could be wrong by my emotions.
Okay.
But when you use logic, godly and righteous logic, you ain't never wrong. You ain't never wrong. Because I get emotional about certain things, but I could be wrong. Tom Sheet.
Verse 3. To receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment and equity. To give some
to receive what? That's verse 3.
Verse 3.
Go ahead, read that over.
To receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment.
Hiskel or haskel, sakel. It means wisdom, prudence, to be circumspect.
Yeah.
All right? Okay? So what is prudent? Or what does prudent mean? Being discreet, cautiousness, sagacious, circumspect. Circumspect as to danger and risk. The ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning.
Right.
Okay? So now, what is cautiousness? Cautiousness means being careful. Being careful. So, anytime we are doing these laws, commandments, and statutes, we need to be cautious. And when we are not cautious, that's why we play with our lives by eating the blood and the fat.
That's right.
That's why we play with our lives. Talking about, oh, that's not the corners. Let me shave my face.
That's right.
Bald my head.
Yeah.
If you're cautious, then you won't do these things. I will say, maybe I may be violating the laws of God.
Right.
I'm not going to take those chances.
Yeah.
So basically, we don't take chances with our lives. We don't take chances and take risks dealing with the laws and the commandments of God. And that's our problem. We take too much risk with God, man.
That's right.
We take too much risk with his laws. Talk about, oh, it's okay. How do you know? How do you know you ain't violating? How do you know you are violating? You're not violating. How? Moses is not around to explain these things to us. And there is nobody here on the planet Earth that has the inspiration like Moses to explain these laws to. Explain these laws to me. Ain't nobody here to explain that to me. And I'm not going to go by what he or she says. You know what I'm going to go by? What I read here in this book. And your findings must correlate with what you read here in the book. And if God said, don't bald your head, then by God, don't bald your head.
That's right.
If you say don't carry a burden on the Sabbath day, don't make explanations and say, well, this was talking about the men of Tyre when they was bringing burdens up. Listen, man, did you read Jeremiah 17 when it said you should not exit your house? You should not go out of your house with a burden.
Yeah.
And a burden is anything that is carried.
Right.
It doesn't depict a load or how heavy it is. A burden means anything that is carried. That's it. So therefore, I don't walk out my house with nothing in my hands because I don't want to take risk with my life. I don't know what God gonna do to me if I walk out that house with anything in my hands because I don't profane God's day. And when you think like that, then you'll be more cautious with yourself. God may make me trip down the stairs or push me before a bus. Yeah. That's fear, man. I know something gonna happen to me if I profane this day. So therefore, I play it close. I don't carry nothing. I ain't talking my own words. There's certain ways. Listen, man. And this is how we got to move with God to be better with God.
That's right.
Being careful and thoughtful to avoid danger, mistakes, and risk.
That's right.
Mistake. To make a mistake is to die. To take a risk is to die.
Say it again, brother.
To make a mistake is to die. Kill me. Saying, to take a risk with my life is to die.
Yeah.
When you think like that, you don't take too much risk.
That's right.
Huh? What else is cautious? Avoiding rash decisions. Avoiding rash decisions, because rash decisions is quick decisions. I've seen my pops many a time. He said, "Oh, wait a minute, man, it's too much." He said, "I'll come back to you tomorrow." He said, "Let me think about it. I don't want to make a decision yet. I don't want to make a quick decision. So let me think about it." Huh? Thinking before acting. Considering words before speaking. Thinking before you move or acting. Consider your words before I said it. Because guess what? I don't want to offend you with my words. So therefore, I got to think and choose my words wisely so I don't hurt you. So I don't offend you.
That's right.
And what you say is not offensive may be offensive to others.
Right.
What you think is not offensive could be offensive to others. And then certain things you know is offensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about it.
You know is offensive.
Yeah.
But you still haven't came to terms in realization of yourself that you was wrong. Because deep down inside, you keep saying you're right.
Yeah.
And you're justifying your right by saying this and saying the other and saying the other. But now, when we justify our wrong, let's correlate it with what the book says.
That's right.
Whatever you justify it. Did you read where any of those godly men did that?
No, that's true.
No. Compare it. That's why God gave us. See if it match.
Mm-hmm.
See if it match with these men that we read about here.
Mm-hmm.
And if it don't match, then you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Discreet.
Mm-hmm.
Discreet means what? Careful and circumspect in one's speech or actions, especially in order to avoid causing offense. Okay? Sagacious. When a person say you're sagacious, that is a compliment. Sagacious means an inspirational person. You inspire a person. You don't offend them.
Right.
Your job as a head or a leader or a teacher is to inspire you to do these laws, commandments, and statutes. Not for you to lose inspiration. I can't deal with that. The way these people is, and that's what we do. You know how many Israelites have turned people away because of the things that they have done to others? Mental discernment. Mental discernment is the ability to make a smart judgment or observation about something, perceive the difference, and recognize the truth. Okay? What is circumspect? Wary and unwilling to take risk, careful to consider all circumstances and possible consequences. Possible consequences, which means when in doubt, do without. If I'm not sure about this, then I'm staying away from it because I don't want to take a chance and dive into it and I'll be in violation. I could be in violation. I may not be in violation. So therefore, I don't know. So if I don't know, I'm staying away. I'm leaving it alone. All right? When you govern yourself, it means to exert a determining or guiding influence in or over. To exert a determining or guiding influence. Anything you exert, that's what I'm reflecting or I'm pushing out on you. So to exert a determining and guiding influence, this is what heads supposed to be doing to the people. Guiding them towards God. Okay, like Moses. Okay, when equity. Go ahead, Tamshi. Equity is the idea that people should be treated fairly, equal. Tamshi.
Verse 4: to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge.
To give subtlety to the simple. Now, this is the same word that was used in Genesis 3. Okay, Genesis chapter 3 says subtlety. All right, Adama, it means subtlety, crafty. All right, and it also means prudence. Subtlety means prudence. So, all right, and we went through what prudence was. It means to govern and discipline oneself. But the Hebrew word has many different definitions. And according to the verses that we read, it has to correlate and fit that. And fit this. Tamshi. To give subtlety to who?
To the simple.
To the simple.
To the young man.
To the simple. You know who was simple? The only ones that was ever simple on earth was Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve was two simple human beings. They didn't know no evil. They didn't know what wickedness was. And that serpent job was to get to Adam and Eve before they had children in an innocent state of mind.
Wow.
Now you imagine that, because God already gave the commandment to all living. He gave it the commandment to humans, to Adam and Eve. He gave the commandment to the beasts of the field and the creeping things and the birds. Be fruitful and multiply. You think he just gave that command to those creeping things and not to Adam and Eve? Did you imagine what the earth would have been like in an innocent state of mind? Huh? In an innocent state of mind, not knowing iniquity, not knowing wickedness. The serpent had to, he said, I can't allow this. So let me infiltrate this and cut this down. So now he looked at Adam and he said, I'm not going to be able to persuade him and beguile him. So I'm going to get to Adam by getting to his wife. And then you turn the question around and ask the same question. He says, God said, thou shalt not eat from the tree, from this and this. Crafty. Keen insight and the ability to penetrate. He had the ability to penetrate, knew exactly what to say to make you do according to his will. So after she ate it, nothing happened. But notice when Adam ate it, he said, now their eyes are open. It didn't have no effect when she ate it. Ain't nothing happened. But once she ate it, boom.
It became complete.
Wow. What in the world is this? Woo. I'm only going to speak what the book said.
That's right.
I'm not going to tell you nothing else that I don't read here.
That's right.
I'm not going to tell you my thoughts. I'm not going to tell you what I think. I'm not going to tell you none of that.
Right, son.
I'm going to tell you what the book says. So, go ahead. Let's read it.
To give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion.
To the young man knowledge and discretion. We don't have discretion. I don't think we know what discretion is. We don't have discretion, man.
Talk about it, brother.
Discretion is behaving or speaking in such a way to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. Certain things I should not have said to you about him.
Talk about it, brother.
Certain things I shouldn't have said to you about him, regardless of the fact if I'm angry with you. You gotta have some type of honorability with yourself to hold that. So because I wanted to offend you, and because I don't like what you did to me, oh, you know what? Now I'm gonna tell him now. I'm gonna say it now. Watch this. Yo, blah, blah, blah. Come on now. Come on now. You shouldn't have said that. You ain't had to say that. You don't have discretion. But only certain people have those qualities.
Right.
I said only certain people have those traits. Those are good qualities. Those are godly qualities.
Right.
Those are righteous qualities.
Right.
And when you don't have those qualities, you ain't godly. You ain't righteous.
Right.
So now you got work to do on yourself. You just prove to God and man that you're evil.
Talk about it.
Wicked people do these things.
Yeah.
Talk about
Evil people do these things.
it. Talk about it.
So when you did that, you just substantiated it and made, man, I'm evil. Because you allow your emotions to get the best of you and revealing information that you ain't had no business revealing.
Okay.
Tom sheet.
Verse 5. A wise man will hear.
A wise man will hear. I said, a wise man will hear. I said, a wise man will sit down and hear you out. Breathe. And say, man, you know what? By what you saying and the things that you're telling me, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wrong. I'm not worried about if you don't want to see you're wrong. You don't want to see you're wrong. That's your problem.
That's right.
It's my job to see my wrong.
Yeah.
Sit, think, my wrong. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You know why? Because I'm not benefiting you acknowledging my fault.
Right.
That's going to benefit me. That's helping me.
Right.
That's building me up and putting strength in me to push for godliness and righteousness.
That's right.
We hate to acknowledge our faults. We always want to be right. That's when pride is in. We're heavily proud. Heavily, come on, man. Let's read it.
A wise man will hear and will increase learning.
A wise man will hear and will increase learning. I said a wise man will hear and will increase learning.
That's right.
Okay? Now, if you hear, you will learn.
That's right.
But you're not leaving the space to learn.
That's right.
Give yourself a chance.
You're not giving yourself a chance to learn because you think you know it all. You shoot everything down.
That's right.
Don't you think, or could you even thought of it and say, well, maybe this guy's right. Maybe this guy could be wrong, right? Maybe I could be wrong because I'm not right with everything.
That's right.
But a proud person have his head above the clouds. He think he right. And I don't want to take information from people. I could learn from anybody in here.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And a man of understanding
And a man of understanding
shall attain unto wise counsel.
shall attain unto wise counsel. What is wise counsel?
Right.
Huh? Tak bulot. Tak bulot. In the English, it means steering or guidance. What does steering mean? Steering means to control the course of oneself. Inhibitory control means controlling our automatic urges. I say controlling our automatic urges. We all got urges in us. We all got triggers in us. It could be right. It could be wrong. We got to be able to discern that these are evil triggers, and I got to control it. I got to control these things. Okay? I got to control these things by using reasoning according to the laws of God. Right? What is that? Your behavior, your thoughts, and your emotions. These are the three things we need to be on point with. Your emotions get stirred up, and you don't got to be right. The thoughts and the things that you conjure up in your mind, and you don't got to be right. The way you behave and move, you don't got to be right. Tom sheet.
To understand a proverb
To understand a proverb.
and the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
The words of the wise and their dark sayings.
The word of the wise and their dark sayings. Huh? Their dark sayings, right? The dark sayings is what? Parables. Right? Parables. That's what the dark sayings are. Parables. Okay? Tom She.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Okay, hold that right there. The reason why an action took place is because we are Torah only. We are based on Torah only. So because we are based on Torah only, you can't come on a site where it's Torah only and try to incorporate what you feel and how you think.
That's right.
And what you want to say about this dude on the cross.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
You cannot do that. You can't. This is Torah based. All right? So, again, JC, who you call Yeshua.
Yep, say it.
All right? In other words, there was a man named, what's his name, man? Damn. I'll go into that later.
Trying to throw you off.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom Shit.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge.
The fear of God is the beginning of knowledge. Read that again.
Uh-huh.
The fear of God is the beginning of knowledge. Go ahead. Now, what is fear? To be afraid of. And when you fear God, when you fear God, it means to be afraid to offend God. It means to be afraid to offend God by going against his laws, commandments, and statutes. God also said to fear your mother and your father. It means don't be afraid to offend your mother and your father by going against their commands. Okay? Go ahead, read.
But fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Fools despise wisdom and instruction. Wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. What verse is that? He said fools. So now you'll be able to determine whether you're a fool or not. I said, now we should be able to determine whether we are fools or not.
Let's talk about it.
Okay? A fool does what? He despises wisdom. He despises instruction. A person come and try and say, no, you shouldn't do this. Wisdom and show wisdom and and give you instruction. You despise it. You go against it. Can't tell them nothing, which makes you a scorner. Go ahead, read.
My son, hear the instruction of thy father.
Hear the instruction of your father. Hear and obey the instructions of your mother. Because these instructions that we receive from our parents can save our lives. It can guide us through life because they've been through it. He said, son, you can't see what I see. He said, I see something and I don't like what I see, son. He said, leave her alone. She ain't no good. And you know what happened? I didn't see what my father seen. And I continue to deal with her. And what happened? It didn't work. It didn't work. You know how many times my father said, hey, chill out. My mother took me in the room and played a song for me. Take time to know her. Take time. And then don't go in head straight, dive head. Don't do it, son. You got to take your time and understand and learn what she is, how she or he is, what he or she is, how they move. Sometimes I may have to say something that triggers you to see how you respond to it, to see how you act, to see how you move, because we got to see different reactions. No limits. Your reaction and see how you react to certain things. Yeah, you got to do that. Yeah, you got to do that. Or else if you don't do that with this man or this or the woman, yeah, you got to do that with the men too.
That's right.
It's gonna be like Jack in the Box. Whoa, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I should have never dealt with him. Or I should have never dealt with her. Look at this, and this. I can't deal with that. And that's what happened. You break up, and now you're back on the dating scene. Back to grade A.
Yeah.
Looking for something.
Trying to find a match.
Trying to find a match.
That's right.
You know what's the match? And what caused us to be a match? Let's serve God.
That's
right.
That's the link.
Let's serve God.
Right.
Serving God is the number one link.
Right.
We can argue and fight about anything. But if we serve God and we compatible to this, the arguments becomes less.
That's right.
Everything else becomes less.
Yeah.
That's it.
Everything else becomes less and subsides. You can let it go. Let's read it.
Verse 8.
Verse 8.
My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they shall be an ornament of grace.
For there shall be a frontlet of grace upon thy head,
and chains about thy neck.
and a chain about thy neck. Go ahead.
My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not.
We got to be aware of this. We got to be aware of this because we have people that are sinners amongst us, and they persuade us and say things to us, and let's do this, or let's do the other, and let's do that. But you got to have your head on point and say, man, by me doing this, will I be in violation of the laws of God?
Right.
Would I be in violation of the laws and the commandments of God? And when they come with these propositions, I got to pull back. Say, hey, I can't do that. I don't live this way. I don't move like this. Yo, listen here. I can't take the overtime today. The sun is going down earlier. Brother looked at me like I was talking Greek. I said, listen, man. I said, I can't stay past 3. I got to get out of here at 2:30. Next week, I'm going to be leaving earlier because the time is going down. And I got to leave out of here, go home, get my stuff, go pick up my twins. I'm not leaving my twins home because I got to raise them in the fear of God. I'm not going to allow the outside force to teach and train my kids opposite from what God said. Opposite from what God said. So now when they get older, I will see what they choose. Yeah, I will see what they choose once they get older. They're going to show me. They guarantee that they stick. I know I did my job.
Yeah.
Tom Sheet.
My son,
if
sinners entice thee,
if sinners entice thee,
consent thou not.
consent thou not. Don't watch what you agree with.
Right.
We need to be careful and watch what we agree with. I don't care if I rock with you, but I have to pull you to the side and say, yo, man, you know you my dog, right? You know you my boy, right? And I'm the closest one to you, and you the closest one to me, but I got to tell you, you're wrong.
I don't care if we locked up.
You're wrong. We locked in, but I got to tell you, you're wrong. Why? Because if I don't tell you you're wrong, then guess what? God going to look at me like I agree with you. I did it too. In the law, it says, rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin on his account. Which means if I don't rebuke and show you where you're going wrong at, then guess what? God going to charge me with what you did.
That's right.
I said, God is going to charge me for what you did.
You might as well do it. You might as well go.
Okay? Top, where we at? Verse 12. Go ahead, verse 12.
If they say,
Proverbs chapter 1, verse 12. Time sheet.
if they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall
the pit. The word for the pit, right? In this book, it says border, and it means pit. See, most of the time talks about the grave. And people go around and telling people that there ain't no pit, There is a pit. And God spoke about that the pit is dug for the wicked. We read that in the book. When God has dug and prepared a pit for those that lives contrary and opposite from what God says. And this is where the evil and people that go against God is going. I don't want to go there. I'm not going to tell you, I don't know what happens and where this happened and where this go and where this go. But I can only tell you and explain what I read here in the book. If the book speak about the pit, there is a pit.
It exists.
Don't tell me, oh, there ain't no pit. Then what the book is saying. There's a pit. that God has dug for the wicked. I don't want to go there.
The
Go ahead, read.
wicked say it don't exist. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thou in the way with them.
My son, walk not in the way with them.
Refrain thy foot from their path.
Refrain thy foot from their path.
For their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird. And they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which taketh away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth without.
Wisdom crieth. The word for crieth is resh nun Sophia. It means forewarns. Wisdom warns. When you go to do something, you got something coming here. You say, man, don't do it. He said, man, listen, get out of here. And when you don't take heed to those warnings, guess what? There's penalties when you don't take heed to those warnings. You end up in jail. You end up getting shot. You end up getting hurt. You end up in the hospital. But if I would have took heed to those warnings, go ahead, read.
She uttereth her voice in the streets. She cried in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she uttereth her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity?
Right? Folly, foolishness. So how long you going to continue to accept this? Go ahead, read.
And the scorners delight in their scorning.
Wait a minute. What is a scorner? A scorner is an opinionated person that have very strong opinions and refuse to accept that they may be wrong. A scorner is an arrogant, opinionated person who resents correction, despises authority, or shows contempt for those trying to teach or warn. Those are scorners. Go ahead, Tom C.
Verse 23.
Tom C.
And turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you.
Wait a minute. This is deep. This is a key. Read that again.
Turn you at my reproof.
Turn at what? At whose reproof?
God.
Turn at God's chastisement.
That's right.
So when God chastises or reprove you, what comes after that is because I'm supposed to take that chastisement, acknowledge my fault before God, and turn, become better. Right? What happened after that? He said, I will pour out my spirit unto you.
I will make known my words unto you.
You hear that? So if we hearken and we turn at the reproof or the chastisement of God, then guess what? God will pour his spirit upon us. God will pour his spirit upon us. And he will make known his words. Go ahead, read.
Because I have called and ye refused.
Because I called and what?
And ye refused.
And he refused.
I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded.
What do you mean by I called and he refused? I chastised you, showed you where you was wrong, chastised you, rebuked you, and you didn't take heed. That's the calling of God. Read.
I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. Verse 25. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and with none of my reproof.
Set at naught all my counsel, neglected. We have neglected the counsel of God. Let's go to first, let's cut that. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 15. We're going to read a little bit about the king. King Saul. King Saul only messed up one time. Messed up one time. Messed up one time. By doing what? When God told him to destroy Agag, the best of the sheep, wipe everything up, don't bring back the babies, little ones, children. No. He went against the commandment of God. He had a better idea. And because he thought he had a better idea, then guess what? God has commanded the evil spirit to ride him for the rest of his days. So if King Saul can have an evil spirit, what makes you think we can have an evil spirit on us? Okay. The difference is that he was able to detect it. He was able to detect when he had an evil spirit upon him. Me and you can't detect it. We could be sitting down in this room with the evil spirit upon us and don't even know. And don't even know. Go ahead, read. 1 Samuel chapter 15.
Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore, hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt. Now go.
Amalek. God did not forget what Amalek did to Israel. So now let's go into this now. Let me explain this. Amalek was Esau's grandson. Okay?
Right.
Esau and Jacob was brothers, which means they were Shemitic. Esau did not come out white.
No.
Esau in the Hebrew means Edom. He came out reddish. He was you ever saw a black man, but he had that reddish brown complexion? Okay? Esau had the same complexion as King David. When in the next chapter, we're going to get into it. It says David, King David was ruddy. In the Hebrew, it says Edom. Okay? King Solomon was ruddy. In the Hebrew, it says Zach, clear and red. In the Hebrew, we'll get into that later. So Esau, the colorations didn't happen until certain people moved into the cold region, and they started to lose melanin, and the thinning of the hair started to become thin. See, after the flood, there was the place, the earth got populated by three men: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem migrated into Asia, stayed in Asia. Ham migrated into Africa. And Japheth migrated into the cold region, which was Europe. And by them staying out there for generations and generations, their hair got thinner and they lost melanin. Go ahead. Let's read. 1 Samuel chapter 15.
Verse 3. Now go and smite Amalek.
Go and smite Amalek.
Utterly destroy all that they had. And spare them not.
Spare them not.
But slay both man and woman.
Both man and woman.
Infant and suckling.
Infant and suckling.
Ox and sheep.
Ox and sheep.
Camel and ass.
Camel and ass.
And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim.
God didn't want nothing. Don't bring back no animals. Don't go in there feeling sorry for babies and children. God said, wipe everything out. You see what caused God to wipe out these people, even babies? All because of what Amalek did. Who was the father? Which takes us back to what Exodus 20 states. He said, remembering the sins, commanding the sins. I will command or remember the sins of the fathers upon the children. So God will command my iniquities, the things that I have come up short with God in violation of the commandments of God. He will command my sins to visit my son. He will command my sins to visit and to be upon my son. So if I love my son, I need to walk upright before God, so that God don't take what I have done and visit it upon his head. That's how God works, man. Let's read it.
200,000 footmen, 10,000 men of Judah. Verse 5.
Verse 5.
And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, go.
What Saul? Go ahead.
Go. Depart. Get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For you showed kindness to all the children of Israel.
You showed kindness to who?
To all the children of Israel.
All the children of Israel. This was a godly trait. Kindness, mercy, compassion. These are the traits of God. Kindness meaning kesed. It means It means disposed to be helpful and solicitous. A forbearing nature. characterized by sympathy or forbearance. Okay? So a person with a forbearing nature is patient. A person or a man with a forbearing nature has patience and showing sympathy towards other people, especially when they have done wrong. Right? Forbearance is patience or self-control, restraint, and tolerance. Sympathy, feeling of pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune. Right? Kindness is being selfless. When a person has that trait called kind, and he's kindness, he's selfless. He's not all about himself. Right? Caring, compassionate, and unconditionally kind. Somewhat like the word love. Somewhat like the word love. It takes time to understand and feel it. Right? We share love with others through kind acts. Love is shown, not spoken.
You better say it.
Love is shown and not spoken. So in order for me to emanate or show my love for God, I have to act upon it by taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes. To show my love for my parents, I gotta act on it. It takes actions. Honor them by word and deed. Okay? To show your love for your wife or your husband, it takes actions. You gotta show that. Not speak it. Now go ahead, read. Now, who is he showing kindness to? The Kenites. Right? Right?
Yes.
So why? You know when all this took place? You know how long this took place? This was hundreds and hundreds of years ago when they was in the wilderness, which means what that tells me and what that should tell you. The good that a person does to you never dies. Regardless if you return me evil or did me evil. I don't care about that. The good that you did to me never dies. Now, the Kenites stuck with the nation from Elam in the wilderness till in the time of the judges. They rocked with the nation of Israel straight through. When they went to war, the Kenites was there. Whatever they went through, the Kenites was there. Isn't that why King Solomon told Abiathar? He said, I'm not going to take your life. He said, I ain't going to kill you, Abiathar, because everything that my father went through, you went through.
That's right.
See, these are things that we need to consider.
That's right.
The same way, the same things that our forefathers considered and acknowledged, we got to acknowledge.
That's right.
I would never do anything to my father's friends or go at my father's friends because what?
That's
They
right.
went through the same things
That's right.
that my father went through.
Talk about it.
So therefore, no matter what they do, I gotta let you go. I can't do nothing to you.
That's right, my
I
brother.
don't do nothing to you.
That's
These
right, my
are
brother.
these are the ways that God accepts. Okay, go ahead, read.
Well, you showed kindness to all the children of Israel
He showed kindness to all the children of Israel.
when you came up out of Egypt.
That's right.
So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur,
Mm-hmm.
that is over against Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
And he took Agag, the king of the
He
Amalekites,
took Agag.
and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. And the people, but Saul and the people spared Agag.
Saul and the people spared Agag
And the best of the sheep,
and the best of the sheep,
of the oxen,
of the oxen,
of the fatling,
of the
and
fatlings.
the land,
Uh-huh.
and all that was good. They did not utterly destroy them. But everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed utterly. Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel.
Immediately, the word of God comes. Go ahead.
It repented me
He said, "Repented me
that I have
what?
set up Saul. to
that
be
I have
king."
set up Saul to be king." Huh? He said, "Man, it grieved me to my soul that I set this guy up to be king." Sincere regrets or remorse about Huh? Sincere regrets. Why? Because you didn't respect and honor my command. Go ahead, read.
Well, he has turned back from following
He
me.
has turned back from following me.
And hath not performed my
And
commandments.
didn't perform my commandments.
And it grieved Samuel.
And it grieved Samuel.
And he cried unto the Lord.
And he
all
cried
night.
unto the Lord all night.
And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul, come to Carmel.
Come to Carmel.
And behold, he set him up a place. And is going about and passed on, and going down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou, the
Samuel came to Saul, right? And Saul said what?
Blessed be thou, the
Blessed
Lord.
be thou, the Lord.
I have performed
the commandment of God. Read.
And Samuel said, What be then the bleating of the sheep?
So if you perform the commandment of God, then why heal all these sheep? Huh? Go ahead.
And the lowing of the oxen.
And the lowing of
which
oxen do I hear.
And Saul said,
Look what Saul told him.
They had brought them from the Amalekites.
They had bought them from the Amalekites.
The people spared the best of the sheep.
The people spared the best. You can't blame the people. You the head.
You gotta stop.
You're the head. Just like a father
Take charge.
or a husband. You can't blame your children. You cannot blame your wife. You are the head. We must command. We need to learn to command our household after what God says.
That's right.
After the commandments and the laws of God.
That's right.
That's the only thing that's why God says, man, look at Abraham. He said, this guy here, Abraham, he said, I know he going to command this household after him, which means how Abraham walked, he commanded his household to walk like that. Immediately. This is how we walking. This is what we doing. Let's read.
For the people spared the best of the sheep.
The people spared the best of the sheep.
And of the oxen.
And of the oxen.
To sacrifice unto the Lord thy God. And the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said unto Saul.
Look what Samuel told Saul. He said, stay right here.
And I will tell thee
he
what
said,
the Lord has said to me this night.
Said to me this night. Read.
And he said unto him, say on. And Samuel said, when thou wast little in thine own sight, was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed thee king over Israel?
Most still charged him. He said, man, listen, I made you the head of the tribe of Israel. But Saul still could not acknowledge his fault. All he did was put the blame. He won't take the fault. He blamed. He said, man, the people did this, and they brought back the... Don't blame nobody, man. You're the head. Come see.
And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites. And
utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites.
And fight against them until they be consumed.
Uh-huh.
Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of the Lord?
He said, wherefore didst thou not obey the voice of God? So why you ain't hearken?
But didst fly upon the spoil.
But you flew against the spoil.
And didst evil in the sight of the Lord.
And did evil in the sight of the Lord.
And Saul said to Samuel,
look what Saul tells Samuel.
Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things, which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God in Gilgal.
Saul said, listen, man, I obeyed your voice. I obeyed the voice of God. It said, and have gone the way which the Lord has sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalekites. You see how when you violate the laws and the commandments of God, it affects your thinking, and it affects your perception, your understanding about what is wrong and what is right according to the laws and the commandments of God. So because he violated and messed up, he's still saying that he obeyed the commandments of God, and I brought that Agag. You ain't going to see your faults. You're not going to see your right. Whether you're right or you're not going to see none of that. This is why we got to realize one thing. The sacrifice wasn't set up. I got to go back.
Yeah, it wasn't set up.
Back in Genesis chapter 4 with Cain and Abel, the sacrifices was not set up.
That's right.
Okay? But because God accepted Abel and he did not accept Cain, Abel was guided and showed to and led to offer up the correct thing before God, which was flocks. But because Cain wasn't accepted by God, he continued. It was his idea to set up an offering, because they also realized that there was iniquity already in the midst. You don't think Adam and Eve sat them down and told them? He said, man, there was a point of time in life where me and your father was in this garden. God kicked us out the garden because we disobeyed his command. They realized that. So they knew, well, the next thing to do is to send up a sacrifice to get back in favor with God.
That's right.
But whatever it was with Cain, God didn't like it. He didn't gain no favoritism or no liking for God. Look, God wasn't feeling him. He said, well, something that caused God not to regard him or accept him. So he was led to do things or led to do something that was wrong.
Mm-hmm. Thinking he right.
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
Tom Shake.
Verse 22. And Samuel said, had the Lord as great delight?
He said, had the Lord had great delights in burnt offerings and sacrifices,
as in obeying
the
voice of the Lord.
The voice of God? I'd rather you obey than send up these sacrifices.
Obedience is better than sacrifice.
Obedience is better than sacrifices.
That's right. Talk about it.
Okay? Obedience is better than sacrifice.
That's right.
And when we sin presumptuously, and we continue to sin presumptuously, without making changes in our lives to be better with God, because in order to make changes with God, we got to make our mind up.
Yeah.
Our mind's got to be made up and say, man, you know what? I'm tired of living my life the way I'm living. Listen, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not walking like this no more. And I'm going to walk upright before God. Go ahead, read.
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice.
To obey is better than sacrifice.
It's to hearken than the fat of rams.
Than the hearken than the fat of rams. Read. Where we at?
23.
Go ahead.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Rebellion is as a sin of witchcraft. Okay? It's the same. When we rebel against God, it's the same as us doing witchcraft. Okay? Witchcraft, quesem, means divination. Practice of seeking knowledge of the future.
Yeah.
Okay? Stubbornness. Go ahead, read.
Stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry.
Okay, what is stubbornness? The word for stubbornness is pe zadeh resh. It means stubbornness and it means willfulness.
Right.
All right? Stubbornness or a stubborn person holds on to a view or an attitude, refusing to change to the point of being unreasonable. So there come a point in time when certain things you need to let go. This happened a year ago. This happened 10 years ago. But I continue to hold on to this until it strengthens.
Yeah.
And it strengthens, and now it turns into hatred.
Yeah.
Now I hate you.
Act on it.
And you act upon it. Okay? Willfulness is the determined desire to do what you want without caring about what God wants. You don't care about what God said. All I care about is what I want, what I desire. Okay? What verse you at?
1 Samuel 15, verse 23.
Tom shit.
For rebellion is as the iniquity of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry.
Wait a minute. For rebellion is as what?
Rebellion is as the iniquity of witchcraft.
What verse you at?
23.
Okay. Iniquity of witchcraft. The word for iniquity is aweng. Aweng is idolatry.
Man.
What is idolatry? The worshiping of idols. Extreme admiration, love, or reverence for. Okay? Iniquity and idolatry. Now, the word that they have for idolatry is teraphims. Do we know what teraphims are?
Break it down, brother.
Teraphims are domestic gods of human figures.
That's right.
Teraphims are domesticated gods of human figures. Human figures. Does that ring a bell? The same toys that we buy our kids, G.I. Joe figures. And we make our kids play with little toys, G.I. Joe figures and man figures and Ken dolls.
Right.
Those was teraphims back in the book.
That's right.
They had little figures with looking like humans.
Wow.
Okay? The custom of the teraphims is that the gods, and this is why I never bought dolls for my kids,
That's
my
right.
daughter. Never bought G.I. Joes and Transformers and all these things that look like man and no, because these are images
That's right.
that God said that we should not have. Okay? But brothers say, oh, you can have it. Oh, you can buy your daughter a doll or G.I. Joe figures for your sons. Just don't pray to it. You're not praying to it. But the book didn't say that.
That's right. So,
Nowhere in the book stated that you can have these things as long as you're not praying to it.
nah.
Okay? Now, the custom of the teraphim is that the god will be treated as members of the families and invited to join in meals or be giving offerings of food and drinks. Small objects or cult objects used as domestic deities or oracles by ancient Semitic people. A cult object is an object of religious devotion, veneration, or ritualistic symbolic value within a system of worship. Okay? So this is why dolls is a no-no. Because the same, those dolls, that's what they had back in this book called teraphims. They call those teraphims. So continue buying dolls and G.I. Joe figures for your children to play with. This is why our children is dumb. Chinese and Japanese, they don't buy dolls for their kids. They buy computers, they buy educational things, and that's why you have a 16-year-old that's a doctor.
That's right.
15 and 13-year-olds that's astronauts. Because they don't play with their kids. We want to put folly and junk and foolishness. Got the kids walking around with costumes, trick or treat.
That's right.
Foolishness. Don't knock on my door about no damn trick or treat. Foolishness. When Halloween is Halloween, All Hallows Eve. It's the devil's day.
Raisins in the can.
Tom Sheet, where we at?
23. For rebellion is as iniquity of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of Elohim.
Because thou hast rejected the word of God,
He had also rejected thee.
God is going to reject you.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. You hear this? So why do we walk around and tell people I'm blessed? And show on, brother, man, I'm blessed. How are you blessed and you reject the commandment of God?
God, that's right.
How are you blessed and you reject his laws? How are you blessed? How? Please tell me. Explain that to me. Because God rejected King Saul and he didn't, all he did was go against one command. And God rejected him. So you think you better than King Saul? Saul wasn't bald. And Saul had his beard. Saul stopped the people from eating blood.
Right.
Saul honored the Sabbath day. Right. Saul didn't profane the Sabbath day. But you profane it, but you're calling yourself blessed.
Right.
No, God has rejected thee.
Say it again, brother.
God has rejected thee, man. Tom Sheet.
And Saul said unto Shemuel, I have transgressed.
He said, I have transgressed.
For I have transgressed.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me Saul recognized that he was at fault? Yeah. You mean to tell me Saul has realized that I have violated? He said, I have sinned.
For I have transgressed the commandment.
I have transgressed the commandment of God.
And thy word.
And thy word.
Because I fed the people and obeyed their voice.
I fed the people and obeyed their voice. Read.
And therefore I pray thee. pardon my iniquity, and turn again with me, that I may worship Elohim.
Uh-oh.
And
He said, now therefore, pardon my iniquities, turn again with me that I may worship God. Read.
Samuel said unto Shaul,
Look what Samuel told Saul.
I will not return.
I can't walk with you. I can't go back with you.
Thou hast rejected the word of El Israel.
Thou hast rejected God, rejected the word of God.
And El Israel hath rejected thee from being king over Israel.
You know what that means? Watch who you walk with. Watch who I walk with. Watch who I sit with. Why? Because we may be walking with a person that God has rejected.
That's right.
And this is why Samuel didn't go back with Saul and worship with him, because Saul was rejected of God. So I have to be careful with who I bend my knee with. I have to be careful of who I pray with. I got to be careful with these things, because you bend the knee and pray with people that God has rejected.
That's right. I don't go nowhere.
Tom shit.
Yeah.
And when Samuel turned about to go away, he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent.
And it rent. So Samuel leaving out. Before he left out, he grabbed him by his robe, grabbed him by his mantle. Read.
It rent.
And it rent. It ripped. Read.
And Samuel said unto him, El Israel hath rent the kingdom of Israel.
God has rent the kingdom from
and hath given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou. And also the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent. For he is not a man that he should repent. And he said, I have transgressed. Yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my
rejected, right? Rejected. We're gonna get into that later. Go ahead, Tom, read. Finish read.
And before Israel, and turn again with me, that I may worship El Israel thy El. And Samuel turned again after Shaul, and Shaul worshiped Elohim.
Why did Samuel turn with him and worship with him after he told him he wasn't going to worship? Because what Saul said made sense. Saul said, listen, honor me now in the sight of the people. Because these are two heads. You got the prophet and the king. The people can't see two heads clashing and going at each other's head. So therefore, he said, listen, honor me, worship with me. Don't allow these people to see me and you going at each other. So he went back and he worshiped with him. Tom Shee.
So Samuel turned again after Shaul, and Shaul worshiped Elohim.
Then
said Samuel, bring ye hither to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came unto him delicately. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is past. And Samuel said, as thy sword hath made woman childless.
As thy sword has made woman childish.
So shall thy mother be childless among women. Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before Elohim and Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah. Shaul went up to his house to Gibeah of Shaul. And Samuel came no more to see Shaul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul. And Israel repented that he had made Saul king over Israel.
1 Samuel chapter 16, read.
And Israel said unto Samuel, how long wilt thou mourn for Shaul, seeing I have rejected him from reigning over Israel?
You see what God told Samuel? He said, man, how long are you going to continue to mourn for this guy? How are you going to continue mourning for Saul? You see the mind frame and how the makeup of this prophet? He said, man, listen. Samuel felt sorry for Saul. He felt sorry for Saul because of what he did, and he knew the repercussion of what's going to take place behind that. Go ahead, read. He said, how long are you going to continue to mourn for this guy?
Read. I have rejected him.
Seeing that I have rejected him. So guess what? We got to watch who we cry for. We cannot cry for people that God has rejected. Didn't God just say that just now?
Yeah.
He said, how long are you going to continue to cry and mourn for Saul? Cry for this God that I have rejected. I pushed this dude away. And you still crying for him? These are lessons. We cannot cry for people that God has rejected. God pushed these people away. God pushed them away. Why? Because you don't want nothing to do with God. You had despised his word. To reject means what? Despise or to refuse. Okay? To refuse to accept or consider. So when we refuse to accept what is lawful and right by what we read, you are rejecting God. When you don't believe God, that also is a form of rejection. When you don't believe God, that is also a form of rejection. Rejection and affliction done by God to redirect his people back to God's will. Change you, to redirect. To despise means what? To regard as negligible. To regard as negligible. What does negligible mean? Shows no attention to.
Okay.
Shows no attention to. Huh? God is not, you're not going to gain the attention of God. So because I haven't received the attention of God, God is going to guide me. He's going to put the bridle in my mouth. Right. And he's going to guide me towards the way or the path of iniquity. Okay, Tom Sheet.
Seeing I have rejected him from reigning over Israel. Fill thy home with oil.
Fill thy home with oil.
And I will send you to Jesse the
For
I have provided me a king among the sons.
That's read.
And Shemuel said, how can I go? If Shaul hear me here, he will kill me.
He said, how am I going to go and anoint this dude to be king? And we have King Saul here. And if King Saul hear me go in and do this, then guess what? He going to kill me. That's called treason. See, he didn't say, well, I'm the prophet. I'm the prophet of God. I'll go do it. No. Even though he was the prophet of God, and believe me, he was above Saul. Yeah. But he still respected the fact that he had a position. King Saul had a position and a place. Right. Samuel had a place and a position. Right. And Samuel, because he wasn't proud, he did not step out of his position to do. He thought about that. Tom Sheet.
Israel said, take a heifer with
thee and say,
I am come to the sacrifice of Elohim.
He said, listen, if Saul come to you, he said, just tell him you're going to sacrifice. All right, take the heifer and tell him you're going to sacrifice. Read.
And call Ishai to the sacrifice.
Call Jesse to the sacrifice.
And I will show thee what thou shalt do.
And
thou shalt anoint unto me him whom I
and thou shalt anoint. Where's that at?
Verse 3.
Verse 3. Anoint. You know what's the Hebrew word for anoint? Mashiach. You know what Mashiach means? Wow. Do we know what Mashiach means? Wow. It only means chosen one. Chosen one. Who God has chosen. That's it. That's it. Tom Sheet.
And Shemuel did that which Israel spake and came unto Bethlehem. The elders of the town trembled at his coming. He said,
Come down peaceably. Tom Sheet.
And he said, peaceably, I am come to the sacrifice unto Elohim. Sanctify yourselves and come with me.
Sanctify yourselves and come with me to the sacrifice. It always talk about sanctifying yourselves. Before God came down on the grounds of Mount Sinai on that mountain, the Most High told Moses, he said, sanctify the people. There you go again. We read again. He said, sanctify yourselves. But it never showed us how to sanctify ourselves. Because guess what? People will be doing it. To make yourself say, then that's what happens. That's not working. You're not sanctified. And you're doing things to sanctify yourself by doing this, whatever you had to do here. The wrath gonna break through. God's wrath is gonna break loose. Let's go ahead, read.
And he sanctified Jesse and his sons and called them to the sacrifice.
To the sacrifice, read.
And it came to pass when they were come, and he looked on Eliab and said, surely the Most High's anointed is before him. But Israel said unto Shemuel, look not on his countenance.
He said, don't look at his countenance.
Nor on the height of his stature.
Nor the height of his stature.
Because I have refused him. For Israel sees not as men see.
I don't look at things. I don't look. My decision. And what I look for, you don't look for. Go ahead.
For man, look at on the outward appearance.
Outward appearance. The word for outward appearance is la'e yinaim. It means physical appearance. Right? He said, but God tries what? Look at the what?
Look at all the heart.
Looking at the heart. The Bible means inner man. Huh? The way you think.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, you see what God look at? How you think.
Uh-oh.
When God tries your heart, he's determining and looking at how you think. That's the examination. Isn't that something? That's called your inner self.
Uh-oh.
Your inner self is your subconscious thoughts and memories you hold on to, emotions and other aspects of your mind that makes up who you are, who you really is. Huh? As a person, the inner self is the part of us that we are not always aware of or have control over. This includes what? Values, beliefs, the characteristics. The self resides in our subconscious mind. Your inner self is also connected to our emotions. It's connected to our emotions. Deep in. Let's read.
When Jesse called Abinadab and made him pass before Shemuel.
Uh-huh.
And he said, neither hath ever Israel chosen this.
Uh-huh.
Then Jesse made Shammah pass by. And he said, neither hath ever Israel chosen this. Again Jesse made 7 of his sons to pass before Shemuel. And Shemuel said unto Ishai, Israel hath not chosen these.
Mm-hmm.
And Shemuel said unto Ishai, are here all thy children? And he said, there remain yet the youngest.
There remain yet the youngest. Uh-oh. Behold,
he keepeth the sheep.
He keepeth the sheep. Uh-huh.
And Shemuel said unto Ishai,
he's keeping the sheep. So Jesse ain't had to go out there and keep no sheep. What is Jesse doing out there keeping sheep? And he got all these sons. What is the oldest doing out there keeping the sheep? And he got 7 sons. The oldest did that already. The one that's supposed to do that, and that job was to the youngest. He ain't never complained and said, I'm always doing it. I'm tired of doing it.
That's right.
No, you can't get tired of doing service to your parents.
Right.
I said, you can't get tired of doing service to your parents because that's all part of honoring. And these things will deliver your soul from death. Go ahead.
And Samuel said unto Jesse, send and fetch him. But we will not sit down till he come hither.
Uh-huh.
And he sent and brought him in. Now, he was ruddy.
He was ruddy. Wait a minute. You know what's the word for ruddy? Admoni. His complexion was ruddy. He had the same complexion as Esau.
That's right.
Huh? I said he had the same complexion as Esau.
We call it nice.
Okay? But people want to call Esau the white man when Esau is not the white man. Esau is not the white man. Okay? Hold that there now. I'm going to take you to the wisdom of Solomon, to the Song of Solomon. Stay right where you at. I'm going to go to the Song of Solomon, chapter 5. Song of Solomon, chapter 5, right? Verse 8. I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if ye find my beloved, that ye tell him that I am sick of his love. Wait a minute. You know who that is? You know who that is? That's Abishag. That's Abishag. She said, man, I'm sick of his love. When Solomon wasn't around, she wanted him back. I can't wait for you to get back. Right? So she said, I sought him, but I could not find him. I called him, but he gave no answer. The watchmen that went about the city found me, they smote me. They wounded me. The keepers of the wall took away my veil from me. She covered her face. She had a veil. She wore a veil. I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, that ye tell him that I am sick of his love. What is thy beloved more than another beloved? O thou fairest among women. What is thy beloved more than another beloved? And thou dost so charge us. Look what she said about Solomon now. My beloved is white and ruddy. You see his complexion? The same as Esau. White meaning clear. He was light-skinned. Ruddy, admonique, bright. So Esau was not the white man. Esau had the same complexion as King Solomon and King David. Tom sheet.
Now he was ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance and goodly to look to. And the Lord said, Arise, anoint him, for this is he.
He said, Arise, anoint him. This is the guy here. This is him, Tom sheet.
Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brethren. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward.
From that day forward, the Spirit of God came upon King David. Wait a minute.
At that exact moment. Right?
So, this is a very key point here. Right? You can still observe Shabbat, put on turban and frontlet and bracelet, and you'll still have the evil spirit on you.
Yeah.
Well,
Say it again, bro.
You will still have the evil spirit on you. Why? Because certain things there's no coming back from.
That's right.
There was no coming back from what Saul did.
Right.
That's right.
Even though he didn't eat blood and fat, and he stopped the people from eating blood. He observed the new moon and acknowledged the new moon in Shabbat. And he walked around in his robe and frontlet and bracelet and had his fringes on. But he still had the evil spirit on. Okay?
Right.
King David got anointed. After he got anointed, from that day forward, the Spirit of God rested upon King David. When King David did what he did to Uriah the Hittite, he still had the Spirit of God upon him. Which means, once God said, man, the Spirit of God rolled him and was with him, you can still make an error here. Mess up, violate, while the Spirit of God is upon you still. It never left. God never said it left. It stayed with him.
Yes, it did.
Tom sheet.
And the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward. So Samuel rose up and went to Ramah. But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul.
And
an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him.
Evil spirit troubled him. Right? Troubled them. The word for trouble is beit ayin tau. It means terrified him. It seized him. It says seized him suddenly. Being startled stirs the emotions of fear. He was captured. Like my brothers always say, man, that evil spirit got me in the headlock. And I'm wrestling with myself, trying to free myself. But right? So when you are startled, you are still finding out exactly what is happening. What's going on? You don't know. You don't know what's going on. That's the reason why he's like, man, listen, I did the word. I did the commandment and did the laws of God. That's why he said what he said. He was right. And what it may mean to you because of this, the fear response is often to flee or hide, while the reaction to startled is to find out what is going on in order to respond more appropriately and immediately afterwards.
Ready.
Tom Sheep.
But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an
Spirit of
evil
God
spirit from the
departed
Lord
from Saul.
troubled him.
That's right, read.
And Saul's servant said unto him, Behold now, an evil spirit from God troubled thee. Let our Lord now command thy servants, which are before
What verse you at?
16.
Go ahead.
Let our Lord now command thy servants, which are before thee, to seek out a man who is a cunning player on a harp. And it shall come to pass, when the evil spirit from God is upon thee, that he shall play with his hand, and thou shalt be well.
These people were something else.
Yeah.
They was able to detect when the evil, when that evil spirit, his servants was able to detect it. And this is why it was like, listen, man, when we see this, he said, we gotta go get somebody that plays the harp. Because that harp, for some reason, it draws and it pushes away that evil spirit. Go ahead.
And Saul said unto his servants, provide me now a man that can play well, and bring him to me. Then answered one of the servants and said, behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, Bethlehemite, that is cunning and plain.
He's cunning and plain.
A mighty man, a mighty valiant man.
A mighty valiant man.
And a man of war.
A man of war.
Prudent in matters.
Prudent in matters.
And a comely person.
And a comely person. Wait a minute. This is the characteristics of King David. Let's explain how King David was and why God looked at King David and said, man, this guy got a heart like me. A valiant man, Chayil, right? It means moral strength, might, valor, ability, good qualities, integrity, virtue, capable men. A man of valor is a man with strength of spirit that can encounter danger, temptations with firmness and don't break. He encounters situations and he don't break. He only fear God. Nothing breaks him but God. Men of integrity don't compromise with God's law. And that's what we do. We compromise with God's law too much. So you'll never be the man of integrity. That's why God, listen, there's no, that's why God went back to a spot. God got a spot. He got a place. Just like you and I got a place. But we like to come out of our places. Everything else stays in their places except for man and woman. Man have a place. Woman have a place. Children have a place. Know your place and stay in it. Know your place. Because every time we jump out of our place, we're in violation. All right? Don't compromise with God's law. Don't lie, but keep their word with no excuses. No matter the situation, qualities of a leader. Those are qualities of heads and leaders. There are certain qualities that heads and leaders must have. But we are making anybody leaders. You be a leader. So the qualities go down. The value goes down. Because you're not looking for certain qualities for this person to have to lead these people.
You got a camera in
and
the
then
spot.
that's when what? Disperse. Separation. This one goes here. This one goes over there. This one goes there. Everybody that went off, they started their own camp.
You got a camera in the spot, you a teacher, you a leader. Backwards.
Mental strength. Mental strength helps resist both internal and external influences. Internal influence is what I have in me. External influences is the outside. What I see on the outside. The world. That worldly view. Worldly view. How I dictate and I see things like the world does. Not like how God said to look at it. General view. Tom Sheep, where we at?
That is cunning and plain, a mighty valiant man, and a man of war, and prudent in matters, and a comely person, and the Lord is with him. Wherefore Saul sent messages unto Jesse and said, send me David thy son, which is with the sheep. And Jesse took an ass laden with bread, and a bottle of wine, and a kid, and sent them by David his son unto Saul. And David came to Saul.
What verse you at?
21.
Tom Sheep.
And David came to Saul and stood before him, and he loved him greatly, and he became his armor bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, let David, I pray thee, stand before me, for he hath found favor in my sight. And it came to pass, when the evil spirit from God was upon Saul, that David took a harp and played with his hand. And Saul was refreshed and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him.
Okay, so let's go into Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiastes chapter 17. This was a request from my brother. Yeah, Apocrypha. Let's go into Ecclesiastes chapter 17. Got it? Mm-hmm.
The Lord created man of the earth.
God created man from the earth
and turned him into it again.
And turned him right back into it again. So when we die, they didn't have coffins. Coffins came from the custom of Egyptian. Those was Egyptian cultures.
Wow.
And this is why my father said, he said, listen, man, when I die, he said, don't go spending all these thousands and thousands of dollars, buy me all these fancy. I'm dead. I'm dead, man. Why are you spending your money? Listen, same thing. If you could bury me in that dirt without a coffin, then do that. Get the cheapest box. The cheapest box. Put me in there and lower me down. I don't want no funerals because these funerals were rituals. Funerals were ceremonies and sacrifices dedicated to God. We didn't have funerals. The person died, you buried them, and that was it. Bury me like I buried my father. I don't want a tombstone and loving memory of. I don't want that. Just put a mark in.
Nobody got to get up and say nothing.
Nobody got to get up and say nothing. None of that. Just put me in the ground. Because that's the only thing that is sure. You know you're going to die one day. So when you die, why not live your life? Why not die in your righteousness? Being right before God. So that whatever God got in store for you, for the wicked, you don't get it. You know that much. God got something in store for the wicked. I can tell you that. Believe that. And God got something in store for the righteous. You can believe that. So I want to be righteous when I go.
That's right. Me too.
I want to be right when I go, man.
That's right.
So we can't be. Let's read it.
The Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again.
Turned him into it again. Read.
He gave them few days.
He gave him a few days. Your few days is different from my few days. Your time on earth is different from my time on earth. There's a time clock. Everybody has a time clock. Make sure you fulfill what God put you to fulfill before your time run out. Go ahead, read.
In a short time.
In a short time.
And power also over the things therein. He endowed them with strength by themselves.
He endued them. We know what endued means?
Equipped them.
Equipped them. He equipped it, man, with what?
With strength.
With strength.
By themselves.
By themselves.
And made them according to his image.
And made them according to his image. I said, and he made them according to his image. Oh, it's not talking about the physical. Please, man. Please. Please. Let's just stick to what it says. There is an image. That's the secret. We got to realize something. You know what? Another definition for I am that I am. Ehiyed, I shared, I ehiyed. It means I will become whatsoever I become. I will be whatsoever I choose to be. And that's why God was able to come down in the pillar of a cloud. And that's why at a point in time where where Mosiah would take Moses and put him in the cleft of the rock and move his hand and show up his back. What, you gonna tell me that's some Buganza stuff too? Where God moved his hand and showed him his back parts. Oh, but it wasn't talking about his back parts. It was talking about the future. God showed him the past, present. Where it says that at.
It don't say that. In no language.
When you go into the etymology of the Hebrew, man, go ahead.
You cut off.
You want to get shot.
You cut off.
It's shot you want.
Yeah, shot.
Come on, man. Let's read the book the way it says and what we read it as, man. That's it.
Push your weight back.
Let's read it.
Verse 4. Ecclesiasticus 17, verse 4.
Verse 4.
And put the fear of man upon all flesh.
Put the fear of man upon all flesh. Beasts, cattle, bees, creeping things, everything. God put the fear of man upon everything. And we was able to control the creations. That's why Joshua was able to stop the sun. That's why Joshua was able to stop the sun. Okay? Go ahead. But when we violated the commandments of God, we lost dominion. We lost that control. Go ahead, read.
And gave him dominion over beasts and fowls. They received the use of the 5 operations of the Lord.
They received the use of the 5 operations of God. Okay, what's those?
Senses.
Senses. Those are the senses. Well, go ahead, read.
And in the 6th place,
in the 6th,
he imparted them understanding.
In the 6th one, he imparted them understanding.
And in the 7th speech,
in the 7th,
an interpreter of the cogitations thereof. Counsel.
Counsel. What is the cogitations thereof? Think. The thoughts. The meditations. Okay, read.
Counsel.
Counsel.
And the tongue.
The tongue.
Eyes.
The eyes.
Ears. And a heart.
A heart. The things, the mindset. The things that you think of.
Gave he them to understand.
Now, in certain situations, we have to learn to forsake our senses. Because everything you taste, you can't eat. Everything that you like, you can't have. Everything that you see, you can't accept. Can't. Okay? Tamshi. And this is how the adversary tempts us. Through our senses. Through our senses. Go ahead, read.
Verse 7.
Verse 7.
Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding and showed them good and evil.
He said, withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding and showed them good and evil. No, both sides. That very same day when Adam ate from that tree of knowledge of good and evil, that's when everything got exposed to them. Now they got both sides in them, good and evil. Go ahead, read.
He set his eye upon their heart.
He set his eye upon his heart.
That he might show them the greatness of his works. He gave them glory to
his
marvelous acts forever.
And the marvelous acts forever.
That they might declare his works with understanding. And the elect shall praise his holy name.
Oh, wait a minute. The elect. Who is the elect? The chosen ones. The chosen ones is going to praise God's name. Okay? So the ones that's chosen is the ones you're going to start doing things that chosen ones do.
Right.
Everybody ain't doing this because they ain't chosen. Everybody ain't going to do this because they're not elected. So there is certain things that you and I would do because we both are chosen by God. And we don't even know we're one of the creators elected. But we're doing things to be chosen by God. Because God knows your heart. To where this guy over here, he's not doing what you're doing because God has not chosen him. So therefore, he's not going to walk the way you walk. He's not going to do what you're doing. You made yourself chosen by God by the things that you and how you live your life.
Besides this, he gave them knowledge. And the law of life for a heritage. He made an everlasting covenant with them.
He made an everlasting covenant with them.
And showed them
his judgments. Read.
Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory.
Their eyes saw the majesty of God's glory. And their ears heard his glorious voice. That was the day. That day when God's presence came down on that mountain. That was a hell of a sight. Because once God's presence came down on that mountain, the damn mountain became animated. And it started hopping and skipping all from the presence of God. From God's presence coming down on that mountain, it incinerated and lit up that whole mountain range.
Wow.
Scientists went over to the mountain and said, man, it seems like this mountain has been singed. It seemed like it's been burning for a very long time. Then he looked at the mountain, touched it. It was a large, he says, there's a large amount of sulfur. Only God knows it, the whole area. Sulfur was on that mountain, man. Go ahead.
And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness.
Wait a minute. Not beware of some. Beware of what?
All
unrighteousness.
Everything.
So basically, I have to consider everything. I have to watch myself with things that I do, the things that I say. I gotta watch that.
Right.
Because remember, I may be doing, but I said this. And I shouldn't have said it. God said, beware of all unrighteousness. Go ahead, read.
And he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor.
And he gave every man commandments, laws concerning how I should deal with you, how you should deal with me, how and what I should say to you and should not say to you, and what you should not say to me. Laws, commandments, and statutes concerning each other. Tamshi.
Their ways are ever before him.
Their ways are always before. You see what's before God? Your ways. Your ways is before God continuously. So when God said, he said, listen, amend your ways, O house of Israel. Change how you is. You should not continue to be the way you is. Huh? And God never said amend the laws. Your ways and the laws of God are two different things.
You can't change the law.
Two different things.
You can't change the law.
Tamshi.
And he shall not be hid from his eyes. Every man from his youth is given to evil.
Every man from his youth is given to evil. You're open to it. Go ahead, read.
Neither could they make to themselves fleshly hearts for stone. For in the division of the nations of the whole earth,
we all have a stony heart. A stony heart. And the only thing that removes that stone-heartedness is by taking heed to the laws of God. The laws of God is what soften you up and make you consider and acknowledge and care and be on point with what I say. And God, these laws is what teaches us that.
That's right.
Go ahead.
For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people.
Wait a minute. But in the divisions of the nations, what do you mean division? The what? The separation. Division. The separation. Every nation was separated. God separated these people. Okay, go ahead. For the division of the nations of the whole earth,
he set a ruler over every people.
He set a ruler. A ruler over every people. Go ahead.
He set a ruler over every people, but Israel is the Lord's portion.
Listen, he said, but this Israel, these people here, it's mine. I'm their ruler. I'm their ruler. Yep. Everybody else, this your ruler, boom, 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 but this, I'm their ruler here. Go ahead, read.
Whom being his firstborn, he nourished with discipline and giving him the light of his love.
Whom being his firstborn, which was Israel, not JC. Come on. JC, not him. Yeah. But Israel was God's firstborn. The apple of his eye. He nourished with discipline.
And giving him the light of his love.
The light of his love.
Do not forsake him.
Do not forsake him. Read.
Therefore, all their works are as the sun before him, and his eyes are continually upon their ways.
His eyes is continuously upon their ways. God is forever watching. Watching your ways. That's right. Watching your ways. It behooves us to look. The only way we can correct our ways, we need this book.
Yes.
You got to read this book and pray to God that He open your eyes to certain things so that you will be able to change your ways.
Man can't open your eyes.
Man can't open your eyes, and I can't open your eyes neither. God got to open your eyes so that you will know how to move, how to act, how to walk, to be accepted by God. Come see.
None of their unrighteous deeds are hid from him, but all their sins are before the Lord. But the Lord, being gracious and knowing his workmanship, neither left nor forsook them, but spared them.
But the Lord, being gracious, knowing his workmanship.
I know what I mean.
You know who's the workmanship? Israel.
Yeah.
He said,
Nobody created.
I know my. That's like me saying, I know my son,
Yeah.
and I know how he
Your
is.
children.
So therefore, I gotta be gracious at times. Same thing. Come on, man. God is gracious with us, so why I can't be merciful and gracious with my son? And you know what you got in your hand because you know you. Sometimes you want to take him and hang him off the window. Hang him right off the ceiling. Sometimes he makes crazy sounds and I turn around and I jump him up. I said, what happened? Nothing. So I hold my head in my head. I said, why you just made that sound? Nothing. True. And now I have to take a long breath to release the tension, and then walk out and come out. But man, listen, man, no, stop doing that, right? Please. But that's what God did with us.
Yeah.
Isn't that what God did with us?
Yeah.
So I'm learning that I need to be like that with my kids. I don't have to hang them off the light post all the time. And I ain't got to yell all the time. Sometimes I just got to take a deep breath.
They
Go ahead.
don't touch the light.
Tom, where we at?
Verse 22.
Go ahead.
The arms of a man is as a signet with him. He will keep the good.
The arms of a man is as a signet with him. You know what a signet is? A signet is like a symbol, like a sign of a ring, right? When you give charity, alms is charity. He said, when you give charity, I forgot. That's what goes with you. When I go, that comes with me. God sees it. It ain't gonna be forgotten. That comes with you. Read.
He will keep the good deeds of a man as the apple of the eye.
You see what God remembers? Your good deeds. He said, I'm gonna remember the things that you did that was good, that God said was good. Okay? That God said was good. Not what's good according to what you said is good. What God said is good. We got to learn to stop calling what God said is good evil. And what God said is evil good.
That's right.
Okay? We have to learn to accept what God accepts.
That's right.
We have to learn to despise what God despises.
Talk about it, man.
This is the things that we need to learn and be on point with ourselves.
Talk about it. God despises chicken.
Go ahead, read.
The arms of a man is as a signet with
The
him.
arms of a man that's a signet with him.
And he will keep the good deeds of man as the apple of the eye. And give repentance to his sons and daughters.
Wait a minute. You see what God said? He said, because he said, listen, I will give repentance to your children. I will allow them to be able to repent, to get back in good favor with me. He said, don't worry about it, son. Don't worry about it, son. He said, I'm going to allow your seed to be able to get back in favor with God. The door's still open.
For his mercy endureth.
Break through that door before God shut it. Because there's a certain time. Everybody in here has a certain time when we need to crack through. And if we don't crack through that surface at that time, then it's shut. And you could be sitting down and teachers, but your time is shut still. Still sitting. Time sheet.
Afterward, he will rise up and reward them and render their recompense upon their heads. But unto them that repent, he granted them return.
Wait a minute. He said afterwards, he will rise up and reward them and render their recompense upon their head. I will repay them. Go ahead.
But unto them that repent, he granted them
Return.
return and comforted those that fail in
Comforted
patience.
those that fail in patience. Read.
Return unto the Lord and forsake thy sins.
Uh-huh.
Make thy prayer before his face and offend less.
Turn again to the Most High. Return unto God. Turn away from iniquity, for he will lead thee out of darkness into the light of health. No. Return unto the Lord and forsake thy sins. Make thy prayer before his face and offend less.
What's the prayer?
You see the road to recovery?
That's it.
God has already painted and showed us the road to recover. So the first thing God said, when we return unto God, the first thing we need to do is abandon our sins.
That's right.
Forsake our iniquities.
Okay.
Stop sinning.
That's right.
Now there's no man that sinneth not. Huh?
Presumptuous.
There's no man that sinneth not.
Presumptuous.
But stop sinning presumptuously.
Yeah.
Right.
Stop doing things knowing that it's wrong. Okay? Turn away from your iniquity, for he will lead thee out of darkness into the light of health. And hate thou about and forsake. No, return unto the Lord and forsake thy sin. Then after you forsake your sins, there's steps and stages.
Secondly,
You can't pray.
Without forsaking the sins.
Come on.
don't work.
Yep.
What are you doing all this praying for if you ain't stopped? You ain't forsaken sins. What are you doing all this bending of your knees and you haven't abandoned your faults?
Yeah.
Teach.
There's a steps and stages. There's steps and stages when we're climbing that ladder of righteousness.
Yeah.
We cannot skip steps because you're gonna fall. Go ahead, get a ladder and skip a ladder. Keep skipping, skip two and see if you don't slip and fall down. That's what happens when you try and break the order that God has set. So the first thing we need to do is abandon our iniquities.
Right.
Stop stealing. Stop robbing.
That's right.
Stop doing the things that God hates and despises.
That's right.
So after we abandon our sins, what's next? Now go make prayer. Go pray. Make that prayer before his face. Then after you make your prayer before God's face, he said, offend less. Which means if I'm gonna offend less, I'm gonna watch my words
Right.
with people, God and man.
That's right.
I'm gonna watch my actions. I'm gonna watch the things that I do and say so that I don't offend you. Because I realize that there are people here with a different mindset, and if I say this way, I don't know who I may be offending.
Yeah.
They may never say it. They may tell their man when they say, yo, man, you know what, man, I felt the way, man. When he said this and this and this and this and this and this and this, he said, man, I felt away, yo.
Everybody was looking
I
at
did. Everybody was looking at me and I was going. We gotta be careful, man.
That's right.
We gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Teach.
Time sheet.
Teach.
Verse 26.
26.
Turn again to the Most High.
Turn again to the
away
Most
from
High.
iniquity.
Turn away from iniquity.
For he will lead thee out of darkness into the light of health. And hate thou abomination vehemently. Who shall praise the Most High in the grave?
Nobody. Nobody.
Dead already.
You're dead already.
Time is up.
You're dead already. There's no praying to God in the grave. Let's go to chapter 16. Let's go back. Go to the other chapter. Back up. Turn one page back. Go ahead.
Desire not a multitude.
Desire not a multitude of what?
Of unprofitable
Of
children.
unprofitable children. Ecclesiasticus chapter 16 in the Apocrypha. Unprofitable children. What is unprofitable children? Useless. Useless. Good for nothing.
What makes them good for nothing?
Now you make yourself unprofitable by not doing what you need to be doing for your parents. When you run off and you're not around, you're unprofitable.
Nigga living that last.
When you run off and you're not around, you're useless.
That's right.
Nigga
Say
moved to
it again,
Alaska.
man.
Okay?
Nigga moved to Alaska.
Useless.
Now stand
Not-
up for that one, Johnny.
Not able to give service or aid, to give assistance.
So they can't try.
So there's no profit in having you around here. Okay, Tom Sheet.
Neither delight in ungodly sons.
Neither delight in ungodly sons.
Uh-oh.
Neither delight in ungodly children. There's no delight in them children that don't serve God.
Uh-oh.
There is no delight.
Say it again.
Tom
Tom.
Sheet.
Though they multiply,
Though they multiply,
rejoice not in them,
rejoice not in them.
except the fear of the Lord be with them.
Only that the fear of God is in them. That's all I need to rejoice in. That the fear of God is in them. And they walk in the fear of God. But that comes from you, me, teaching our children. Putting that inherited pattern of thought, giving them a certain mindset of how they should think and move, what they should accept. That's a training. Go ahead.
Trust not thou in their life, neither respect their multitude. For one that is just is better than 1,000.
One son that is just is better than 10 sons. That's not just. Go ahead.
And better it is to die without children than to have them that are ungodly.
Better it is than to have no children than to have children that is ungodly.
Say it again, brother.
Better it is than to have no children than to have children that is ungodly.
Say
And
it
if you
again,
die without having children, that don't mean that your name dies.
No.
Nowhere says that. Because you got a lot of men in the
Not a
book,
man that didn't have
godly prophets
They were godly.
that died without having
No
children.
family.
But okay, go ahead.
For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
Okay, go ahead.
But the kindred of the wicked shall speedily become desolate.
It says, trust not thou in verse 3. He said, trust not thou in their life. Not to have assured reliance on the ability or strength of them. Don't confide in these type of children.
Yeah.
Don't confide in them because they're going to turn anyway.
Yeah.
Tom Sheet.
Many such things have I seen with mine eyes,
Uh-huh.
and mine ear hath heard greater things than these.
Uh-huh.
In the congregation of the ungodly shall a fire be kindled.
In the congregation of the ungodly shall a fire be kindled.
Something
Who
gonna
will kindle that fire?
Yeah,
God is.
happen.
Because this is a group,
Ungodly.
an ungodly group that's doing things that's contrary from what we read. Go ahead.
And in a rebellious nation, wrath is set on fire.
Mm-hmm.
He was not pacified towards the old giants who fell away in the strength of their foolishness.
Come on, man. He was not pacified in their old giants. That what? That fell
in
away
the strength of their foolishness.
in the strength of their foolishness.
Fools.
I'm going to go back into this example because a lot of brothers is saying that this is a Christian mentality. What is the difference between B'nai Elohim and B'nai Ha Elohim? Can anybody tell me the difference between Elohim and Ha Elohim?
Ha Elohim
What's
is
his
El
Ha?
Shaddai.
Most High.
It says-
I'm in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus chapter 16, verse 7. Verse
Then
7.
Elohim is them angels, sons of God.
Elohim and Ha Elohim.
That's El Shaddai.
It's a
Ha
high
Elohim is talking about
Talking about
God.
Once you put the high in Hebrew
Because Elohim also means judges.
Right.
So when it say Ha Elohim, it's talking about God.
That's right. And when they say B'nai,
So when it says son, B'nai Ha Elohim, these are direct sons of God. These were angels.
that's not a place, man. It's angels.
It's not a place.
Yeah. Damn fool.
It's not a place. One brother says a place. What you talking about? What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing? You fool. Gray-headed fool. Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 7.
Verse 7.
He was not pacified towards the old giants.
And they called those old giants Nephilim, called Naphal, the fallen ones. Go ahead.
Who fell away in the strength of their foolishness.
Fell away in the strength of their foolishness.
Neither spared he the place where Lot sojourned, but abhorred them for their pride.
Abhorred them for their pride.
He pitied not the people of
He
perdition.
pity not the people of perdition. What is perdition? Perdition is a state of punishment that goes on forever. Come on, man. Y'all keep playing and think this is it. And think this is it. I said perdition is a state of punishment that goes on leolam forever.
Okay.
Huh? But people reject the Apocrypha because they don't want to agree with it. Because they believe that I can live my life according to the way I want to live, and I die, and that's it.
That's what they want to say.
No, there is a portion of the righteous, and there is a portion of the wicked. And I don't want the portion that God had for the wicked. I don't know what's going to go on, and I can't go into detail, but I know there is a portion, and I don't want it.
Nothing good.
It ain't nothing good.
I know that.
It's a state of eternal punishment.
Yeah.
Forever.
A damnation into which a sinful, unpenitent person passes
No penance.
after death.
No penance. No repentance.
I don't want to go there.
For the ones who don't
I don't want to go there.
Mm.
What is damnation? Condemnation to eternal punishment.
Don't condemn me in the lower depths of hell.
Go ahead, let's read.
He pitied not the people of perdition who were taken away in their sin, nor the 600,000 footmen who gathered together in the hardness of their hearts.
Where we at? What verse we at?
Verse 11.
Verse 11. And if there be one stiff neck among the people, it is marvelous if he escape on punishment. Be surprised if he escape. Because he ain't going to escape from mercy and wrath are with him. He is mighty to forgive and to pour out displeasure. That's God. He said, I will forgive you, man. Just turn. Just turn.
God will forgive the transgression.
He said, the sinner shall not escape when it's spoiled. And the patience of the godly shall not be frustrated. Make way for every work of mercy. For every man
shall find according to his works.
Make way for every course of mercy. He said, you're going to get whatever you put out. You're going to need it.
The Lord hardened Pharaoh that he should not know him.
So what makes you think, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, God hardened the heart of Pharaoh so that he would not know him.
He didn't want us.
So if he hardened the heart of Pharaoh, what makes you think he can't harden our heart against doing the thing that is lawful and right? That's why when I tell you, say, hey, man, he said, don't you see the blood? He said, no, that's not blood. But the blood is red as that man's garment. He said, that ain't blood. That's the molecular juices that, but they go ahead with that. What are you talking about? That's blood. But God hardened your heart against doing the things that is lawful and right. So you done psyched yourself and told yourself that it ain't blood.
Molecular juices.
Fools. Tom Sheep, where we at?
15. The Lord hardened Pharaoh that he should not know him, and that his powerful works might be known to the world.
That's right. So that God can ramp and his known gets spread out. His name gets spread out all over the place. His name got known because of that, man.
Right.
Go ahead.
His mercy is manifest to every creature, and he has separated his light from the darkness with an adamant.
Gosh, you hear this?
You know what that means?
In the beginning, you see, he said, yo, man, that's my God, man. That's my God. God, get details.
That go with the book.
In the beginning, God said there was darkness upon the face of the deep. God just said that he separated the darkness from the light with an adamant stone. That's a mineral.
You can't cut through that.
That's a mineral. God separated that.
You can't drill through that. Nobody can get
Let's
through
go,
that.
yo. Man, listen here.
Read here.
Go ahead, let's read it.
Say not thou, I will hide myself from the Lord. Shall any remember me from above?
Go to verse 20.
Verse 20.
I gotta skip. Go ahead.
No heart can think upon these things worthily. And who is able to conceive his way?
He said, no heart can think of worthily. When you think of things in a way that deserves respect, admiration, or support,
don't shoot it down.
Don't shoot it down.
Stop shooting it down.
Because you don't agree with it.
Disassembling.
Because you don't accept it. Because it don't sizzle in your spirit.
Don't feel right.
Don't feel right with me. And I can't stand that. I can't accept it. I don't know. That's
It's not for
you.
you.
Go ahead.
Happy birthday.
No heart can think upon these things worthily, and who is able to conceive his way?
To imagine this, to think of.
It is a tempest which no man can see.
For
the most part of his works are hidden. Who can declare the works of his
He said, it is a tempest which no man can see. For the most part of God's works is hid. You ain't gonna never figure it out. Stop telling people foolishness. Oh, this happened, and when this happened in the creation and that. Stop trying to figure out what's going on. God said he hid it from us. I said, God said he hid it from us. The only thing we know is what was revealed here. That's it. I said, God hid it from us.
Hold on.
God hid it from us. Isn't that what the book said? When you want to figure it out, you want to figure out something that God hid.
See, the secret things belong to him.
You want to figure out things that God hid. Let's read it.
There's a tempest which no man can see, for the most part of his works are hid.
Where we at?
22.
Let's read it.
Who can declare the works of his justice? And who can endure them? For his covenant is afar off.
Covenant is far off.
The trial of all things is in the end.
It's in the end.
He that
The
went-
trial of all things is at the end. Your trial, my trial, our trial is when we die.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
That's when we die. That's when my trial is. Read.
He that wanted understanding will think about vain things. And the foolish man erring, imagine it folly. My son, hearken unto me,
hearken unto me.
and learn knowledge. Mark my words with thy heart.
Wait a minute. He that wanted understanding would think upon vain things, and a foolish man erring, imagine it folly. You know what that means? Before you get it right, we're gonna bump our heads.
We're gonna scrape up.
We're gonna bump our heads. We're gonna be doing it wrong.
That's right.
Because God wants to see how fervent and truthful you are doing the law the wrong way before I show you the right way.
I used to wash the chair.
That's right.
I used to wash the chair.
My father used to take the chairs that a woman sat on her uncleanness and run it through the water. And he did that for years. God left him doing that to see if he's going to continue in doing it the wrong way. And when he showed that he wasn't turning back, he said, okay, now go on back in Leviticus 15 and I'm going to show you.
Right.
We could be reading that book. That's why it's important. It says repetitive. Repetitive. You know how many times I read that first 5? And every time I read that first 5, I see something new. I see something different. God has opened my eyes to more and more and more and more and more things. Because God said to read it every time. You ain't going to get it all the time.
Get it at
In
once.
one chapter.
At once. Not.
You don't get it all the time in one
Nobody
reading.
gets it.
Nobody gets it. Where we at?
Sometimes you first.
24.
My
son, hearken unto me, and learn knowledge.
My son, hearken to me and learn knowledge.
Mark my words with thy heart.
And mark my words. Don't forget it. Don't forget my words. Read.
I will show forth doctrine and weight.
Where we at?
25.
Go ahead.
And declare his knowledge exactly. The works of Elohim are done in judgment from the beginning. From the time he made them, he disposed the parts thereof.
He said, the words, I will show forth doctrine and weight. Know what that means? I will show doctrine and weight and measure. Doctrine is teachings. I show you little by little. I'm not going to show you everything one time. I shall show you doctrine and weight and declare his knowledge exactly. The works of the Lord are done in judgment from the beginning, and from the time he made them, he disposed their parts thereof.
You don't start high school in calculus. You do algebra first.
Come on.
And with that, how I got was boy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. I'm going to call up the next speaker. Teacher indeed, Chief Mikael, Ben Level.
Wow.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. You want to do respect to my father, my teacher, Chief Eleazar ben Lewi of the tribe, Chief Eleazar ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Oh, giving all respect to princemen, chiefmen, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, visitors. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Y'all know what time it is. Let's rise. The 10 Commandments of God. Exodus chapter 20. All laws are based behind these 10 words. Repeat after me, please. And God spake all these words, saying,
I
I am the Lord thy God,
am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
But I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and show mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold guiltless that take his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
and keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh day
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
On 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder,
Thou shalt not murder,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
or anything that is thy neighbor.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. That was strong, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, like real patriots. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. When the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have taught from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up thy steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay? We're going to Deuteronomy 18. But the priests and the Levites, they had a job. Okay? We're going to see what their job was. And to bring back something Chief Shama spoke about, he said, you read the book. You read in the same book. You read in these commandments over and over, right? 5 years later, you're going to see something in there, the same word that you didn't. Just like your favorite movie. Every time you watch that, everybody got a favorite. Oh, this is my movie. Boys in the Hood, I like this movie. Oh, Goodfellas, I like this movie. And every time you watch, oh, wow, I didn't notice that part. I didn't hear it. Every time I watch it, I didn't hear it. It's the same thing with the law. That's why it must be done, repeat over and over again, because you're rehearsing it to your spirit.
Right.
And these words do have an effect. You see how strong everybody started saying the commandments? As we went along, it got stronger. I heard it in a kid's voice. I heard certain brothers started saying it like they were ready to kill someone. That was what you call a delight. I'm hearing that it was a delight for you to recite these things. Not the Lord speak all these commandments and say, yeah, because that means you're not interested in this. You have to be interested in this.
That's the national anthem.
The same way you're interested in everything else. All that stuff we watch on TV and radio and everything, all the other books. We don't put the time in with this Old Testament and the laws than we do with everything else.
To the flag.
Okay?
The United States of America.
I don't pledge allegiance to the flag.
No.
My parents went to the school, to all of our schools where we went to, and told the teachers, look, my son or my daughter is different. I grew them up to serve God, the God of Moses. Because a lot of times people say, so what God do you serve? You said the God of Moses. Go to the God, I say the God of Moses. You know why? Because that's who God gave the 10 Commandments to. Get it straight right then and there. Now you know the God that I serve. Because you can't mistake him with anybody else. There's certain things with the Most High ain't nobody else could do. You can't put a story out that this fake God did it. Because men know it's impossible. Okay? You can't make a story about God. So you read over and over and over and over, and you're going to get this. I watched my father do it. And he'll read it and say, see? And I don't see it. And I would struggle. I'd be like, yeah, I want to see what he sees, but I don't see it. So guess what? I believed him. I went by what my father said. I went by what my mother said. I didn't know certain things you're not going to understand when they say certain things to you. And it's not for you to always understand. My mother, when she stepped out the apartment, she's going through the building downstairs, she always complained about how messy the floor is. That's the super job, right? But we ain't got a super here. There was a time when I took over, and the neighbors didn't appreciate it, so I stopped. They were hating. I stopped. I said, y'all clean up your own mess. Now, that'd be like that. After a while, my email kept complaining about it, but she didn't like it. She didn't like it. And the evil told me, the evil and the little guy, okay, you got to recognize what you got in you. Told me, well, you ain't got to do it. You ain't got to do it. That's not your job. And they didn't appreciate it. But I had to overlook all of that because my mother wanted to sit down. It displeased her every time she saw it. See, this is how you're able to do service. They ain't got to come and tell you what to do all the time. Get this stuff, do that. What I used to say, I got to tell y'all to do everything. Right or wrong. Certain things you have to pick up on your own in that service. So I said, you know what? She didn't tell me I want you to clean it up. But the suggestion got thrown out. And I noticed you only said it when I'm with her. So I got the message. One day I just did it. And you know what? After I did that, inside I felt better about myself because I conquered that thought that came in my head. Do y'all understand what's going on? Identify the evil and the pride in you. I overcame that. Okay? If I didn't overcome that, it would still be messed up. That's how you analyze yourself according to this. Okay? You got to pick up. Not everything is going to be said directly to you. You got to pick things up and move on with it. So that's why it's good to keep reading over and over and over and over. It does something to your spirit. Deuteronomy chapter 18.
Deuteronomy chapter 18. The priests, the Levites, and all the tribes of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel.
Now, they don't have, this is the lot. This is the land of Levites. They didn't get that. They didn't get no land. What they got was the inheritance of God. They got to be close to God. They lived in the place where God chose to put his name. So they stayed holy constantly. When the people messed up, they didn't mess up. The priest couldn't mess up. Right. The priest can't make no mistake.
That's right.
He's doing an offering and he spilled something. You dead. They weren't clumsy. You understand that?
Yeah.
They didn't drop things.
Yeah.
Okay, they didn't oversee things. See, when you say be thou perfect with God, right?
Right.
He gonna make you perfect. And when you serving him, you don't mess up. And you get it all 100%.
Yeah.
When you do something the way it's supposed to be done 100%, that's perfect. That's how you be perfect. When you accomplish these commandments for the rest of your life, that is being perfect. But the wicked will tell you nobody can be perfect. The wicked tell you can't beat them joint.
Yeah.
These are wicked sayings. And they start telling these sayings to your children in wicked cartoons.
Yeah.
Okay? And that this here, be careful. I always point this out. Don't y'all notice that? There's more evil on here than good, y'all. Beware. And this has made everybody opinionated. Social media has made everybody's opinion a fact.
That's right.
Not here in Israel. Leave your social media minds outside of it. For Shabbat, don't act like you on social media. Don't think like the people on social media. Come sheep.
The priests, the Levites, and the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of the Lord made by fire, and his inheritance.
They don't have to go out and plant nothing. They don't have to go and bring in nothing. What the people bring in. What the people bring in. That's why they had to stick to the rules. Because there came a time, nobody first they was bringing up. Right? Then after a while, I'm not bringing my good stuff up no more. All the priests do is get to eat it anyway. And he take the sickly animals, so you have to know how to be a veterinarian. You have to know when you have a farm. You have to know when your animal is sick. You have to know when their attitude. That's what I said, man, look at that. I said, that cat getting old. She's doing erratic things. That's not her. Don't get mad at her. The behavior of animals is changing. Something wrong. So now look, you see, man, what an animal like that? Look, you check his teeth, you check his eyes. Oh, something wrong with him. You can't eat that or bring that up. But they started bringing that up. And they started taking the good sacrifices to Momo, and the other gods that are not gods. And God got mad one time. He said, yo, why don't you give this to your governor? That's what God said. Give it to your Teshaka. Give it to your leader, one of the leaders in your camps, and see if he'll eat it. But today, they will eat it. Yeah, today they will eat it. You don't know what you're eating. You don't have your own crops. You don't have everything you buy, you eat, comes from the heathen. Say, I'm going to put you in a place where you ain't going to make your own bread no more. You ain't going to grow your own wheat no more. You're going to have to get it by weight. If you look on that, any local bread, any bread you buy, it's going to tell you the weight. And that's how you pay for your food, by weight. And they're cheating us because things are getting smaller and the price is going up. But you can't do nothing about that because you are not independent. Mm-hmm. When we had our own, we ain't had to deal with the price. No. Look, DoorDash and all that won't exist. What you need that for? Restaurants don't exist. Mm-hmm. Fast foods don't exist. Mm-hmm. You want to eat? You got your store going. You got your own stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh, let's go out to eat. Nobody went out to eat. These things were American and ancient pagan ideas. Wow. Sitting in the restaurants, y'all the only two that fear God surrounded by a bunch of ungodly people that's eating unclean stuff around you. Just think about it. You don't want to go dine around that. The Egyptians didn't want to dine with us. So what made you think I want to dine with you? Say it again, brother. The same way. Certain Israelites I don't even eat from or eat with. I'm sorry. You're not on the levels.
Much less sit in a restaurant.
Sit in a restaurant or the movie theater. Right. All that stuff, you got to level that out. Yeah. Museums and parties, amusement parks. All these things is dead. Those are worship of other gods. Right. We've been telling you guys this for years. That's right. That's right. Beach. The man said go to the beach. That used to be my thing. I like to see the bikinis. I'm just looking. I had to stop that. I ain't been in the beach in like over 10 years because I don't want that way in me no more. It took a lot.
Mentality change.
I was in there in August. chill.
Remember me? I said, come on, baby. That's why I didn't go.
Mentality got to change.
That's why I didn't go here.
Hey.
That's going to take me off. You know your weakness, you know your strength.
Jesus.
Roll on that. Stop being denial of yourself. You can't be in these places, man.
Right.
My brother used to always talk about that. So when you look at a movie, you in a movie theater, you just like them. He said there's stuff going on there, and if you're there, whatever goes on there, you are with it.
We say it.
Oh, well, I didn't know that was going on there, but you was there. He said we have walked in unpleasant places, strip joints, bars, clubs, lounges.
Yeah, bro.
Okay?
Yeah,
Renting places from people who serve other guys there during the week. And you go there to have a party, a birthday party. All these things we got to get off, man.
Evil congregation.
Sitting with an evil congregation,
Any
man.
congregation.
Any gathering. Any gathering for any
parade.
event, that's a convocation. It depends now, okay? It's not a godly one.
Yeah.
That's why God said on this day, nobody gathers.
And what the song say?
Everybody going to do the I do no more.
Do no more.
Nobody had to tell me. Up to the point now, I'm telling myself. I said, wow. How I say, you keep going in, you're going to get to the point where you're going to walk on yourself and make it right. And I see it. The training and the commands of God will change your hearts.
Yeah.
And you're going to look back and be glad.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to talk junk. You're going to be able to say things other Israelites can't say.
Yeah.
So they're going to get mad at you. Just like they got mad in here. How many men said, thus saith the Lord, and got killed for it? That's our people. That's Israelites. Just remember who we are.
Yeah.
Very, very, very detrimental. Remember where we came from. Because it's easy to slip back. Okay? Tell she.
Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. The Lord is their inheritance, as he has said unto them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people.
Now this is how they get in their inheritance. This is the procedure. This is how they get to eat. This is how they get to feed their families. You understand what I'm saying? Those sacrifices that come, God tells them what to do with certain parts of the animal, what part of the animal is for you, what part of the animal is for your family, and how to, he's going to give you all these details. I bring this to show you that the people that's calling themselves priests, they don't even know this law.
Damn fool.
Yeah.
You want to sacrifice. So you sacrifice the devils. But we don't believe none of this, man. You just want to be, I'm the chosen of God. That's it. That's as far as it goes with you. I see that with everybody. And we're God's people. But you don't do nothing that God's people did. You don't do nothing that God, you don't even try it to see if it works. You criticize God's people. Now, you know what that tells me? You haven't broken your spirit. So God gives you the lust of your own heart. And you look at this book and you criticize the godly people in here.
Yeah.
Your criticism against these people is what's keeping you from being like these people. You understand that? If I look at it, I have to talk bad about this guy. But this the guy I need to follow. He knows it. But I keep shooting him down for whatever reason, right? I'm never going to get what he has to offer, and I'm not going to change. So I say, stop being so ready to dissemble what you hear off Bema. Stop being so ready to go against what God say in the book. Tell she.
And this shall be the priest's due. From the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep. And they shall give
If you notice, see, amongst the animals that are clean, there are certain animals that God can pull up, ox, sheep, or goat. Okay? You don't hear too much of any other animals, if they're clean or not. It's only certain animals are accepted. Right? And then, before you bring that animal, it has to be separated from the rest of the flock. Because this is what I'm using to go and take the look. Just in case I mess up, this is ready. You can't just go and pick anything and go say, no, it has to be separated. This is for look, I'm going to get a peace offering. I ain't saying nothing. I feel like going and send a peace offering. So I go to the area that I got animals or sheep or the ox separated from the rest. because this is holy withal, okay, for me to take to the priest so he can make an atonement for me. Okay? So these things have to be done with your own. He said, out of your herd and your flock. That's what he said, right? I mean, can you go to the Moabites and get their stuff and bring it and serve God with it? God didn't want the Amalekite stuff. They said, we bring this stuff back to serve God with it. You can't serve God the way you want to. You can't serve God the way you want to. All right? You got to listen. Talk about it. Stop being stubborn. Stop being obstinate. The book is here. Come on, man.
Let's go. Yeah, teach.
Teach.
And this shall be the priest due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep. And they shall give unto the priest the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the maw. The first fruits also of that.
See? He said, and they shall give unto the priest the shoulder, the 2 cheeks, and the maw. Different parts. Okay, the shoulder. It's certain parts of the animal is lean with good flesh. Ain't even that much fat in it. You getting the good part. You're getting the steaky part of the animal. He didn't give them the tail of the ox. Do you read in here where it said the oxtail? Stop eating oxtail. The ones that don't eat, I don't eat chicken, but you eat oxtail, brother. And you're from Jamaica, and you can't leave your Jamaican dish alone. You can't leave the dish of your nativity alone. Yeah. Leave the oxtails alone. Leave the cow foot alone. No. Okay? Chicken. No. I said no. You got some that say they don't eat chicken, but they eat this. They eat beef. They eat this. Okay? They eat wings. They eat this. They eat, you understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of things you ain't supposed to be eating. And that's why they eat chicken. But they eat everything else.
Yeah.
That's why. So I expect you to eat it. I expect you to get mad when I mention it. Okay? I'm not surprised.
Stay out the restaurants.
Yeah. I've been getting mad at my Abba for years, decades. And anytime he brought up blood and fat, it became a problem. Yeah. So when I was little, I said, well, Dad, these people love blood and fat. One man said, there's no way to get all the blood out of an animal. I don't want to talk to you.
One said,
I don't want to. One said you can grab the meat and bring it out like a washcloth. These guys I don't want to talk to. I don't want to talk to you. Okay? You are difficult to manage.
Facts.
Okay? You are ungodly. And your ungodliness is making you come up with things like this.
Facts.
Abraham told Sarah, got the young men out there, and they came and she dressed it. Everything happened the same day. Y'all know that, right? The animal got killed, got picked, killed, slaughtered, drained, skinned, examined, and fixed. That's what you call dress. The first step, and I learned this from a heathen. Listen now, okay? I was in the woods. They had me doing lumberjack work, okay? And there was hunters. You hear people shooting out in the woods. You know where they do guys are hunting. They're hunting turkeys and deers. Turkey and deer season. It's coming up now. All right? Yeah, you can't go out there and hunt when you want. And they were talking about how to detect a disease in the animal, right? And one of them said, he said, yeah, you rednecks, you speak with a real heavy redneck. He said, yeah, well, you know, the first step in dressing an animal is to get rid of the blood. So everybody likes the blood. Everybody eat the blood. It's got a certain salty, and it go good. When you put seasonings on blood, it tastes good. I know this for a fact, because Mahaba told me. Okay, certain areas in the planet, certain nations, they eat a thing called blood pudding.
yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Blood pudding. Yeah, the Caribbeans and Central America and Africa. So there's a lot of things people eat outside of here in New York because they're not said they tell you what to eat here. Every different place you go, it's a different dish. It's all unclean. Okay? It's all unclean. So the man said the first step in dressing your animal, to dress that animal is to get rid of the blood first. So it is possible to get rid of the blood. Our forefathers killed animals and ate the animal the same day. They didn't eat with the blood. There was a time when they told Saul, the people are eating with the blood. So there was something they didn't do. It was something that they skipped over. You know what they skipped over? Killing the animal. You catch the animal, you kill the animal. Or you go out there and pick one, you gotta kill it. You gotta cut the head totally off. If you don't cut the head totally off, it will not totally drain out. Okay? That's number one. That's the first step in dressing your flesh. You got to get rid of the blood first. Now, you buy your meat in the supermarkets. So there's nothing to drain. You can hold that meat up, even when it gets thawed out. It's not one piece of blood, not one drip. It's right or wrong. You got to put it in salt water. Now, beef, right? Ground beef. Ground beef is beef that's taken and put through a strainer. Okay? So it's easy and quick to soak the blood out of it. But if you got steaks, you ain't getting that blood out like that. Now, so now you gotta get okay. See, because now you got the blood in the animal, right? And you're making steaks out of it. Big steaks. You're not gonna be able to soak all that blood out. You know how long? You know when you're gonna be able to eat that meat next year? Hey, I'm only talking from experience. Okay? Birds, you can't get the blood out of the birds.
Nah.
That's why they didn't eat them. They used pigeons and doves for sacrifices, but they didn't eat the doves and the pigeons. Did you hear that anybody ate a dove and a pigeon?
No.
Did you hear that anybody ate a dove and a pigeon? And they were clean by God, am I correct? Now, I know God gave them quails. But the quails we got today are no good. All birds are hybrid with chicken and turkey. They're all hybrid. To you city people don't know. I travel. My father traveled. And wherever I don't travel to, I travel through here. And I find out this is how I use it. That's how I get my answers.
Good source of research.
Okay? This is how I use this to find answers with this. That's what I use it for.
That's the library.
Not to see what John said on his Facebook. Or what this is what I said on their Facebook. I don't care what they said. Look, it says, tell me what's on your mind. That's what it says on Facebook. I don't want to know what's on people's mind. They don't want to know what's on my mind. If they're going to say, I ain't following him, you got a crazy God. So I'm not going on there to tell you what's on my mind.
That's a fact.
I tell God what's on my mind.
That's a fact.
I want to talk to somebody. I got a lot of brothers. I got a lot of sisters. I got my mother. So I can remember the words of my father echoing in my head constantly. These are my things that push me and make me grit and go hard. Because he was the example. And he never faltered.
Yeah.
So we can't falter. I can't falter. I will not falter. You know what falter means, right? You know what that means, right? Go back. Get weak. Break. Evil will not break me. You can't let the evil break you.
Food ain't gonna break you neither.
Food, that's your senses. That's what the man said about senses. You can't get, look. You can't get rid of that taste. It's unclean. But look, you're addicted to it. Yeah, you think drugs is the only thing you get addicted to? You can get addicted to God. That's what he wants. You know what addiction is, right? You know what an addiction is, right? A dependence on someone or something or some place that gives you total satisfaction and gratification. It's not just a drug. So you do this with the Most High God, you will get total gratification, satisfaction, and God will be satisfied with you. Satisfy God, he satisfy you. So the first fruits also of thy corn. You got to bring up the first crops that grow up of your corn, right? Your wine, that's your grapes, right? And your oil, and the first of your fleece. You know what your fleece is? Sheep, lamb.
That's where you get free.
You see in the wintertime, you got the shearling coats, lambskin coats. You open up the inside, right? That's what you call fleece. You know, we made robes like this out of fleece. That's why that was called a coat. That's where the word coat came from. Coat means a heavy robe. Okay, nehil, it means a heavy robe. Now, when they took the heavy robe off, they had another robe under it.
Right.
When Jonathan took his robe off, he gave it to David. You think he was naked?
No. No.
I want to ask y'all a question. Are you supposed to show your nakedness?
No.
Don't pray to God naked.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all don't, no. Tonight, I will tell you what that means. I can't even mention it now. Freaks. Tonight, I will tell you. And you know what you're going to say?
You better not do it.
You're going to walk away. I'm hearing it. I've been hearing that in Israel since I was a kid. There's always individuals that pray to God naked.
No, they think they praying to God.
Okay?
Something else.
Y'all don't even know what y'all playing.
The nations prayed to their deity. At the foot of Mount Sinai, they was naked.
They was naked.
That's what the nations do with they do.
They expose themselves at the foot. So you know who you worship him. You pray. God ain't hearing that. Okay? You're serving devils. This is how they serve devils. Tom sheet.
And this
Yo,
shall be
look, you're not gonna hear, oh man, a lot of times you're not gonna hear what you want to hear. That's why the prophets had so much trouble. Because they were going to a stiff-necked people and telling them about themselves. Okay? So Jeremiah said, yo, man, I can't get, man, I'm a child. He said, don't worry about that.
Say not. He said, say not.
He said, say not, I'm a child.
Get that out your head.
Get that out your head. Because I picked you from the womb to do what? To rebuke leaders. Rebuke leaders. The prophets rebuked leaders. Okay? And that's what he told Jeremiah. He said, look, man, he said, the Israelites, when you go down there and you tell Israel they sins, they're going to make their face like this. Grip. Or pass you, might bump you. He said, don't worry about that. I'm going to make your face harder than them.
I'm going to make
your face is flint. You know what flint is? A rock. Meaning it stay that way. It stay like this. It stay gritty. That's what you can't intimidate me. Because we try to intimidate each other.
Yeah.
And that ain't gonna work. They didn't want to hear that. They said, yo, man, thus say the Lord, yo, never do too much, thus say the Lord, yo. Grab him. They killed the prophets, man. That's why God got tight, said, yo, I sent them warning, and you killed them. Obadiah had to hide 50 by a cave. To be a prophet at a certain time was like you was ungodly. So don't pay no mind when you mention these commandments and people get mad. I expect people to get mad.
Yeah.
Okay? And I ain't gonna get mad at them. I don't get mad at them. They just need to learn. What I tell them is give yourself a chance to listen.
Right.
No, we didn't interrupt each other in our talk. Even though I know what you're saying is crazy, I'm gonna let you talk. And what you're saying, I'm gonna use the same words that you put to me, and I'm gonna show you that you're not making sense here. That's how you do it. Or you leave that alone. Because you can't rebuke everybody. You can't even reason with everybody. Say, yo, man, listen, we don't do like that here. You gotta leave this here like that. But no, I want to put that down here for that. So no, man, we don't. Nobody does that. You gotta keep it here. Meaning this is the rule. We keep this here. But you want to take this and do something else with it. You're a rebel. You're a renegade. You're not made to do this. This thing here, that wasn't a commandment, right?
No.
But it was just a rule that you were being presented with that everybody accepted except you. You got a problem with it. You have a problem with yourself.
Yeah.
You have to learn that no matter who it's coming from, if it's right, you take it.
Yeah.
That's when you know your pride is gone. All right? Time sheet.
the first fruits also of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil, and the first of thy fleece, of thy sheep, shalt thou give him. For the Lord thy God had chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite come from any of thy gates out out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind unto the place which the Lord shall choose. Then he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren, the Levites, do.
Wherever he choose, he's a teacher. He don't have to be. God already validated the Levites. All the Levites were validated. Anywhere they go, that's where you go to congregate.
Yeah.
Anywhere, that's where they went to congregate. Anywhere the Levites was at.
That's right.
Everybody didn't conduct teachings back then. The Levites did that.
That's right.
Tell them.
Okay?
Tell them.
You didn't have one out of Issachar, right? Or Dan,
And he's 5
Right.
years old.
and he's doing this. You know what I'm saying? Dan not going to be in the temple or in the tabernacle.
That's right.
Okay? Dan is a judge. The Danites meet up with the Levites after 50 years old. Once you hit 50 years old, that's retirement. That's what it says in here. He said they will start at 20 and they end their office at 50.
No, they want you to retire at 62.
No. Ain't that much men. We got knuckleheads. So the old got to stay up here and we're out. We ain't got students. Students want to teach. Students want to teach the teacher. It's saying here, my people consent with the priest. You know what that means? They contend with the priest. Meaning they go, the priest come and say, yeah, the book of the Lord said this, and they contend with him.
So now you wrong.
He said, my people, Israel, they argue with the priest. So I expect you to disassemble. That show me where you at with God. That tells me you still eat unclean. That tells me, look, man. Y'all leave them things alone, man.
That's right. Talk about it.
Chicken did not get introduced to the world until after the time of Nehemiah.
Talk about it.
Chicken and rice was imported from China and India.
Talk about it.
Okay? Rice don't grow in Israel.
Swamps.
You need swamp, marshy. You need a lot of wetlands. You get that in India, and you get that in China, and you get that in Japan. So most of the rice come from. Okay? Most of the world's popularity of rice come from. Okay? I'm just pointing out. I ain't saying nothing.
It's true.
I'm just pointing the facts out.
Talk about it.
The history back up the law.
It's wild.
Yeah.
The history back up the law. Because you don't see the word chicken mentioned nowhere over here. And you don't see turkeys mentioned over here. So you eat chicken, that means you'll eat a turkey. That means you're going to eat a turkey this month. Yo, Israelites shouldn't have no gatherings, no special gatherings around Thanksgiving time.
That's right.
No special Shabbats. You can't make a new Shabbat. God said the 7 days is Sabbath and that's it.
It don't float.
Okay? You cannot make a new day. You can't incorporate something new for the Shabbat on the Shabbat. I'm just saying. Take it how you want.
This month, the Shabbat is on Thursday.
Okay? You cannot change the order. Leviticus 23, Deuteronomy 14. They tell you your days and how to do it. Tell me.
They shall have light portions to eat, besides that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. When thou art come to the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations.
Don't learn. How you learn? You see and you do. Monkey see, monkey do. That's why the prince used to call the brothers monkeys. Because y'all keep following the heathen. They got their own thing. Why you don't stick to your thing? You're not proud of it. You're ashamed of it. Because you want to get them their acceptance. And they're going to accept you. They're going to accept you and then use you and throw you to the side. That's what they do. Keep following them. See what happened when you follow them? You're one of the kings, just like them. You got it. And then you started getting bad kings. Kings that disobeyed God. Okay? And that's what happened because that's what you asked for. With God being your king, it's 100% in every department.
Right.
You ain't gonna need a king to read the book every day. We got God. The king ain't gonna kill you and take your money. We got God. The king ain't gonna take your sons and put them before his chariot like the Secret Service. Arrows come, they get it first. That's what he said. This is gonna be the manner of the king. I'm gonna let you know how the king gonna do with you and see if that could change your mind. He gave them a chance. He warned them. He said he's going to do this. He's going to tax you. And later on, they complained about who? Solomon. They complained about him. They didn't listen. You wanted a king. Now you got one. And the most known king beside David, his son, right? He taxed everybody. But y'all, if y'all understand economics and how to run a government, right? Israel was high in value at that time. When you're all right, David in David's time, right? That was the height of all Israel. Meaning, everybody was scared. We ran down on them. They didn't run down on us. You heard about Joab? Yeah. He put some in the line. He said, okay, you kick these guys, kick this certain amount off the cliff and save these guys to keep them from being multiple and multiplying. They were in charge at that time. They went to the Syrians and they hit the Syrians up. So over some dude. One king, they took the crown off his head and put it on David right in front of his face. What you think happened to that king? Ain't no jails? Come on. That's how it was back then. We was at our height because the king served God. But when we started getting kings, right, that went after other gods, that made the people sin. You cause the people to sin when you tell them something that's not in the book. You cause Israel to sin when you tell them it's okay to celebrate birthdays and anniversaries and housewarmings. Why don't y'all go on Google? You look everything else up. Go on Google, go in these dictionaries and see the origin of these things. It's going to take you straight to Nimrod. Yeah. They say he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. A lot of people read that and think it's something good. Okay? Who he was hunting was not animals. Y'all don't know. He was hunting whoever was godly in his generation. And he did that to defy God. That's why I said before God. He did it to defy God. I don't like the fact that you flooded up my ancestors. Okay? So Nimrod was against God. Nimrod was the king the time that they built the Tower of Babel. It was on his order. You're not building nothing unless the king. Anything that's being built is for the king. The first thing is an image of the king. Hey, you get that first. Okay? Nimrod was the king at that time in Shinar. He was the one that everybody thinking we're gonna go up there and we're gonna stop. Whatever they had on mind to do was not godly. Because God said every man on the planet is in unison. There was a time when everybody on the planet and earth was on the same page, but it was against God. He said, man, this is what they imagine to do whenever they all get together. The whole world unite, it's not going to be good because they got evil in them. And all that evil unites. And they had Nimrod at the top of that. A man that slept with his mother. Okay? So he wasn't mighty. He wasn't mighty before God. He sought out all the people who went after God. He had a vendetta. Time shoot.
There shall not be found among you anyone that makes his son or his daughter to pass through the fire.
It said, thou shalt not learn to do after the abomination of the nations. Certain acts, certain procedures, ceremony. All ceremonies is rituals. Funeral ceremonies, wedding ceremonies. I can keep going on and on. All these things, they didn't do that, man. You know what they did? They had a party when you stop breastfeeding the child. We got a lot of kids, a lot of babies be popping up. Why don't we have that? Why don't we have circumcision parties? Yeah. It don't say thou shalt have circumcision parties. It don't say thou shalt when you wean them off, right? But these are the ways and the custom of our forefathers that we're supposed to follow. We're too much into the custom of other people, man.
Happy birthday.
That's the number one. Look, You gotta let go of that. You know why it's the hardest? You ain't gotta give nobody that.
Self-worship.
Look. I have old suckers outside. Hey, man, it's my birthday. I said, get out my face, man.
Don't even talk to me, bro. Tell me, it's my birthday.
Nigga dead. They still celebrate his birthday. Bro, he dead.
He dead. He not here no more.
Still celebrate the day of
He
his birthday.
celebrated the day of his birth, but he dead. This is to show you what the honor of the dead is. It was started in Egypt and Babylon. Same idea. Because when they got scattered with the languages, they all had the same idea of religion, of a godhead, which was Nimrod, his father and his mother. That's the triad. Today they call it Trinity. This is where everything in the New Testament comes from. This is where Buddha comes from. This is where, as I'm saying this, so y'all can recognize, okay? All these idol gods of today had a different name, and they were mentioned here. He said, don't let your kids pass through the fire to Amalek. That's Jake. That's Jakey Jake. The first baptism was by fire.
Right, they use water.
That's why God said, don't burn your children. All the people all over the world burn their children.
Teach, brother. Teach,
That's where Abraham, this is the city that Abraham came from. He said, don't do that. He said, nah, you're killing a child. That child has been dedicated. You have dedicated that child. Now, this is so humane. You know, the world changed. They use water.
That's right.
You know what that is, right? Sprinkle. Sprinkle. They dip the kids in that. That comes from there. When God said, don't dedicate or put. When you do these things, you dedicate your children. You devote them. Okay?
That's right.
When you allow your children to attend birthday parties, you devoted them.
Right.
You allowed them to be dedicated to that. And I don't care how much of the Most High you try to show them, that's why they don't like it.
That's why they don't grasp to it.
That's why they don't grasp to it.
Right.
And they gravitate towards the other side.
Nigger.
Parents, put more time in teaching your children. You got to get them together, because that's what my father did with us.
That's right.
If he called one, he said, you know what, don't get your audio, don't get everybody. Right or wrong. And it's for you, but he want everybody to hear it. And that's how you got to do. The reason why your kids are disrespectful, because you disrespectful to God.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you put so much time into sinning and in your things that you're not teaching that child.
Wow.
So you expect them to catch on. They're watching you. They're watching you, man. And you love them. You love your child, right? Will show that you love them if you believe what God said.
That's right.
If you believe what God said, at least for that, destroy your stubbornness because you love them. Other than that, you don't love them. You don't love nobody. You don't love yourself.
Right.
Tell she.
There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire.
Yeah.
Or that uses divination.
You can't use divination telling of the future. Okay? We leave that alone. If we wanted to know something back then, you go to the prophet. You go to the priest. You go to the man of God. You go to your father. Or you prostrate yourself and ask God. If you notice, God told these men a lot of the future to come. Did they burn a candle? That's another thing. They didn't burn candles. Anytime you read the word candle in here, it's oil lamps. The word in Hebrew means oil lamps. The beginning of candles is the beginning of paganism. That's why they light candles when people die. That's why they light the candles on the birthday cake. It's all connected. Also to moon worship. So I leave these things alone. Make a wish. And the procedure is you don't tell nobody to wish. Damn, it ain't gonna happen. That sounds crazy, right? But that's part of it. So you can light the candle and blow the candle. That's not really for your day of your birth. That's for the dead before you, for your dead ancestors. It's moon worship, Anish, worship of dead ancestors. People in your family that died. You after they die, You put them on your body. Tattoos. That's what tattoos was created from. And after that, you take it and you make paintings and take the image and put it on the wall. That's why everybody in the world got pictures on their wall. It is idol worship. Once you got pictures, and then once you got pictures, it's idol worship.
Talk about
You don't have to do nothing with it. You can have it in your drawer, in your back pocket. You still worshiping it because you got it. He said, "You shall not have unto yourselves. You shall not make unto yourselves." So in order for, back then, they didn't buy nothing. In order for you to have it, you had to make it. You don't come to me and get a God. I don't come to you and get a God. My gods is the gods in my family, my ancestors. That's why you see when they do seances, they want to speak to their ancestors. This is the culture and religion of my ancestors. And we do this to keep in contact with them, and their spirits talk to us. All that stuff is wickedness, witchcraft, voodoo.
Right.
It's where it all come from. You can't contact the dead. Remember what happened with Saul, right?
Yeah.
Saul went to a woman that they call the Witch of Endor. And she lived in the forest, deep in the forest. And all the movies and books I read about witches and warlocks, they live deep in the forest, alone, in caves.
And she was hiding anyway. She
was in the cut. Because look, at that time, Saul said, "Get him out of here." He was in his right mind at that time. But the evil spirit said, "No way. I need one of them now." Oh, there's a witch over there. She look. The whole time they knew she was alive. But they didn't tell Saul.
They said, "She's not around. So leave her. She far away. Leave her."
She was there the whole time.
Facts, man.
Hiding.
How you doing?
Now they come and say, "Hey man, there's a witch over there." Blah, blah, blah. He ain't even thinking like, what? How she got? I need her. Let's go. Because he's not in his right mind. The evil spirit, you're not in your right mind. And that's where he sinned in going to a medium. That's what they call it today. Back here, you read familiar spirit, one who is familiar with the spirits of the dead. Today, they don't. I noticed they change a lot of words. You can't even say dead today.
Right.
You can't even say, "Hey, he killed him." They say he unalived him.
Unalive.
See, that's so many. That's social media stuff. Okay.
Unalive. Yeah.
He sexually abused him. Oh, he essayed him.
Essay.
So when I first heard it, I said, he gave him an essay. I didn't understand that. Terms, as the generations go by, the wickedness grows. Terms grow wicked and confusion. That's why I don't go by everything I see in that phone. So I don't go by everything everybody say. They changed it. I unalive. I said, man, they can't even tell the report straight. How? What? Unalive. You made that word up. He's dead. He got killed. He got slain. You can't say these words no more. Who does that offend, though? Well, who does that offend if I say murder or who? The wicked. The wicked. They want to do the things that bring death, but don't want to mention the word death.
Live in the world of Leviticus.
That's the mindset that they have. Yeah.
Leviticus.
Okay? Come see.
An observer of times, or an enchanter, or witch, or charmer, or consulter with familiar spirits, or wizard, or necromancer.
Leave all that stuff alone. See what happens, Saul. Nobody reads your poem. Okay? Don't go to these people. I want to know about women cheating. There was only one way to know that back then, and we ain't got that now. So you got to deal with that spirit of jealousy. You got to deal with it. Everybody got the spirit of jealousy. It's an emotional trait. God get jealous.
Talk about it.
He get jealous.
Talk about it. Somebody died.
The earth shake. The hills tremble. Okay? Intolerance of glory or praise to another instead of where it's supposed to be. That make you jealous. I always say a man get jealous, somebody dies. Okay? A woman get jealous, somebody gets set up. It sets you up. You know what I'm saying? Because she's not like a man. She can grab you and stop you. There's other tactics. So you don't want that scorn. Treat people good. Look, man, from what I read in this book about the treatment, I'm not going to do or say nothing to nobody that I don't want it done to me. That's plain and simple. We don't have to go into no detail. If I don't like it, I'm not going to do it. That's being godly. Let's stop playing games. Let's stop playing word games. If I don't like it, if I don't like a certain word used to me, I'm not going to use that word. If I don't like how you came at me, I'm not going to come at people like that. That's equity, right or wrong. That's being fair, am I right or wrong? That's also righteous. But you don't want for yourself, you cannot expect others to accept that. That means your pride is up. Come sheep.
All that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord.
You can't read the horoscope. You are not Taurus the bull. Get off that. You got, I know heathens that don't believe in that, but you got Israelites that will believe in it. You see the stones that are on the breastplates of the priests? Each stone stands for a tribe. Let's make that clear, because it's 12 stones. Okay? And everybody tries to copy off the 12 tribes. Okay? In astronomy, those signs, you got 12 signs. Okay? 12 disciples. Okay? 12 days of Xmas. They all copy off of us. Okay?
Yeah.
And take that little bit and abominate it. Leave these things alone. Time sheet.
All that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee.
This is why God drove those nations out. Listen, before Israel got there, right? God already had the Canaanites. That's all the ites, the Hivites, the Girgashites, the Perizzites, the Archites, the Jebusites. So all of these guys come out of Canaan. Canaan had a son named Jebus. He had a son named Hittite. He had a son named Hivi. You understand? So that's where these tribes of Canaan come. 7 nations greater and mightier than Israel. Greater and mightier means there's a lot more of them than you. And they're more established in war than you. That's what it means. Because Israel was the first in thought, last created. Last nation in the ancient world to be created was us. But God had us in mind first. So we were coming. We were coming. It was all for us, but we messed it up. Okay? Time sheet.
Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God.
Yeah, perfect. Meaning, just keep his commandments. People make that word perfect sound like it's something you got to go out in space and get. Or some type of superpower to acquire. All you got to do is stick to what God said.
Without violence.
Okay? Without violating. Okay? And you're perfect. God said, you perfect for me. Because you on a steadfast rail, and you ain't go to the right or left if you didn't go back. So you're perfect with me. And that's what matters, being perfect with God.
That's right.
Not with people out here. But they're going to tell you you're not perfect. Time sheet.
For these nations which thou shalt possess, hearken unto observance of times.
He said the reason why I kick these people out, because that's what they do. The things I'm telling you not to do, they did it. The things that I got you out of, you was in Egypt. I got you out of Egypt. The stuff you learned in Egypt, drop that. And the stuff that you're going to learn over there, when you get in Canaan land, no matter of fact, kill them so you won't learn. Because it's their time to go anyway. God had them sentenced from Abraham's time. About the same time, he gets Israel out of Egypt. Okay? So we were used, we were holy. So God was able to use us to put punishments on the heathen. But now that we want to be like the heathen, God used the heathen to put punishments on us. Time sheet.
For these nations which thou shalt possess, hearken unto observance of times.
He said, these nations that you're going to run, they listen to observance of times. They look in water. They look at ball crystals. They deal with charms. They deal with all this mysticism. He said, these people, that's what they about, right? And that's why they're getting hit up. He said, and unto diviners. He said, but as for you, as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee so to do. You don't have to be like them to get results.
Right.
That's what he's telling you, man. I ain't suffer mean I'm not gonna make you have to create abomination and make yourself abominable to get an answer from me. The priest, you go to ask the priest something about God, he ain't gonna tell you go write this and go write that and go do that. He's going to look at you and say, okay, he's worthy of God to get an answer. I will inquire.
Right.
You can't go asking, look, some of them were wicked, and they went and was crazy, man. Why are you inquiring of God and you wicked? What game you playing here? There's a game being played. Because you don't want to know nothing, because you don't listen to the commandments. So why you want to ask God something?
Right.
Well, I want to tell you, no, you don't listen to nothing I say over here.
Right.
Don't come ask me nothing.
Right.
And don't get mad when I shut you down. Because you've been shutting me down. That's how God is.
Right.
You can't be perfect. Tell she.
The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the
You can't make yourself a prophet. You can't make yourself a king. You can't make yourself a priest. God picked those. And we not in a position for God to bring any like that up yet. You know when that come? When we cry out to God. And mean it.
Right.
Yeah. If we was all do that on a whole, like as one man, we get results. It's not happening. Because the spirit of drunkenness is in Israel. He said, you're going to drink too. Didn't he tell him that? In the prophecy, he said, the drunk. He said, this one going to drink. This. He said, yo, you going to drink too, Israel. He said, yeah, you will surely drink. Don't think you ain't going to drink. He said, the reason why you drunk, because you know me. You knew me. You were close to me. They didn't know me. I didn't show myself to them. God did not descend on any mountain in these people's lands. Okay? So, being that said, you gonna get it because you know better. Presumptuous, you know better. You see a mother tell you, say, yeah, okay, yeah, but you know better. Because you know what you're doing? You following. Because you know better. You're supposed to stop it or stop yourself.
That's right.
You know better. Tom Sheep.
To the Lord that of thy brethren like unto me, unto him ye shall hearken, according to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire anymore, that I die not.
It was scared at that time. So I said, Moses, you go ahead and speak about it. Tell them what we said. We gonna go. We accept everything.
The people were scared.
They were scared because it was actually going down in front of them that they never seen before.
That was the whole purpose of it.
To prove you.
POV.
To prove you.
Point of view.
Be in front of your faces. To prove you that ye sin not. To keep that fear, what you seeing right now in front of you. They were the witnesses. Right. They were God's witnesses.
It ain't for Moses, it's for the people.
It wasn't for Moses. It was for them. That's why Moses said, fear not.
Learn.
God has come to prove you.
Learn.
That fear may be your faces, that ye sin not.
Learn.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Learn, Israel.
Moses is teaching them now. Like, no. Don't. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But no. God is doing this so you don't sin. So you see him. Remember this, and you won't want to sin. It will deter you.
The man wasn't scared.
Moses wasn't scared. The people were scared.
People were. Wickedness make you scared of the wrong thing.
Right.
Wickedness make you fear everything except God.
They ran from Moses when he came back.
That's right.
They showed.
And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth.
See that? He said, okay, well spoken. I can't take it talking to me directly. See, because when you're hearing the voice of God, there's going to be action going on. So they said, look, man, we don't want to deal with that again. They didn't want a scenario where the mountain get on fire again and everything's skipping. Okay? They said, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God. They didn't want to hear God's voice no more because they were scared. They know that when God comes down, it's going to be drama. Okay? They said, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire anymore that I die not. They said, man, we going to die. That's how scared they was. They didn't want God to descend on the mountain and fire no more. So God said, okay, I'm gonna raise y'all up prophets. That's how the prophets came to be. This is why we got prophets. But God picks them and raised them up because they're gonna speak what God said. So now you ain't gotta worry about God coming to speak to you, because a lot of times God coming to speak to you about your sins, you're gonna die. You're gonna get shooken up. This too. They were terrified of God at that moment. So this is, man, we don't even want to hear it. Voice note. We heard it. We understand. We don't want that scenario again. They said they don't want that again.
Mission accomplished.
God said, okay,
Mission accomplished. Want to scare you.
I'm gonna raise you up a prophet. And you listen to what that prophet say, and you good. Because when that prophet speak, it is about come down and speak to you. Comes you.
And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my word, which he shall speak in my name, I will require of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods,
Now that prophet,
even that prophet shall
you will
die.
know this is a prophet of God when he says, thus saith the Lord, and it goes down. When it goes down, it happens. Okay? Because he don't have to do no ritual to learn the future. God show it to him. They're constantly communicating with God like an antenna to a tower. Right? Certain things, he said, man, God ain't show me this. I can't tell you that. God didn't show me this. God showed him things. God showed one man, he looked at him, and he started crying. So the man said, yo, what happened? Why are you crying? He said, God showed me a vision of you killing Israel, setting our houses on fire, killing our children. He said, me? He said, I would never do something like that. But guess what? He did. He did. Somewhere along the line, by the time he left of that prophet and got to where his king at, he was a different person.
Yeah, man.
He was a different person. Because he was like, yo, I'm a dead dog if I do that. That's not in me. And it wasn't at that time. But look, Israel got to get messed up because they sinned. So this guy I got to get him to kill his master, and I'm going to change his heart and his heart against Israel. The prophet cried. He said, man, you going to kill the baby?
You going to burn? He said, you going to burn the city, right?
Yeah. He said, I'm not going to do that. He said, yes, you will. Look. By the time he got back to his king, that person that he said he wasn't, that's who he became. And the first thing he did was kill his master. He suffocated him with a wet blanket. These are also tactics they use today to interrogate you. Water, wet towels. Yeah, man. Time shit.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 21. And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord had not spoken? When a prophet speak in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken.
That's how you know.
But the prophet had spoken in presumption.
The prophet gonna say something that's gonna come true. He gonna say something that's gonna come true. He ain't gotta say a prayer to God. Okay? That's why God said, I have not suffered you to do these things that everybody else do. They looking for answers. They're not gonna get it because of their doings and who they go to. He said, but you ain't gotta do what they do, man. And you still get results. Time shit.
And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord had not spoken?
You say it in your heart. You ain't say it out loud. Sometimes people don't say nothing out loud. They say it in their heart. They question things in their heart. They criticize in their heart. All right? And that's called disassemble. Disassemble. He said, no, don't say it. He said, don't say it in your heart. Certain things shouldn't come to your mind serving this God. Okay? Certain questions should not be asked serving this God.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying.
That's right. When the prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, don't come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken. But the prophet had spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid.
Thou shalt not be afraid of him. Okay. You go to Ecclesiasticus, the Apocrypha.
Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha.
Go on. 18. Chapter 18.
Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 18.
Gonna bounce around. Law always presented first. This is where it all comes from. God's commandments. Some shit.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. He that liveth forever created all things in general.
There's only one that liveth forever, and that's God Almighty. It's the Most High God, the Eternal. It said, he that liveth forever created all things in general. Everything you see, everything you can, God created it. From the light to air to water, all the elements, what you see when you look up there, everything you see here, underground, whatever, everything that's in existence, God created. Okay? Nothing, God didn't create anything with help or with materials. He didn't take wood and create something. He didn't take dirt and form the earth. He gave it a name as he told it to come into existence. Only God could do that.
Yeah.
Everything that came into existence, he said, let the lights. All right, the light didn't come yet, but he gave it a name already, a description. And that word, the words that came out of God's mouth became tangible and physical and became existing. And light presented everything that God said, it presented itself before God. And then God took it and placed it like you would decorate your room. That's Genesis. Everything else, leave it alone. You don't even know how long things was. Do y'all know that we were taller in stature back then? All people were taller in stature. Physically, we were stronger in stature. Our will was stronger. We are weak. Human beings in this era today are the weakest and the wickedest. Wickedness brings weakness. Generation of no God, no God, no God brings wicked, certain wicked and evil. Generation and generation of righteousness and righteousness brings out people like David. They got a heart like God. Well, how you got a heart like God? You got to go back all the way to Abraham. Bang. All this righteousness being done. Somebody special gonna come out of one of these kids. Wow, what's up? Yo, I had a dream that you was bound to me. Man, get out of here, man. And later on, it happened. This is what happens when you follow righteousness. The generations start, right? You're gonna have kids come out prophesying. Babies, that little baby there, he start prophesying. We had kings at 7.
That's right.
That's all I gotta say.
That's right.
7.
That's right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. We fell off, man. Some shit.
The Lord only is righteous,
Mm-hmm.
and there is none other but he.
God is all righteous. See, in other words, he can't be evil. He can't be wicked. He is all righteous. He is where righteousness comes from. All good things come from God. All good ideas of righteousness come from God. Okay? He started this. He is only righteous. Okay? And there is no other but he. And the reason why this is said over and over a lot of times, because even Israel coupled God with other gods. Like you got to go to Jakey to get to God. That's a whole thing. A lot of times the Canaanites used to use God's name in their rituals. That's why he said, when you go down there and you destroy these people, do not destroy my name out of that place. You shall not do so to the Lord your God. You can't say God's name, Yod He Vav He, and man, you say God, you're gonna have to. They said it. That's it. You gotta keep that and preserve that, because God, that's how holy God's name is. The people got saved because Moses brought the point of God's name being desecrated amongst the heathen. So he said, for my name I held back. He said, for my name's sake, I'll let y'all live. Just his name alone.
That's right.
It's heavy. So when you go down there and destroy the Canaanites, you're going to see my name down there. That meant to me, I said, oh, okay. And I started studying here and there. They use God's name. They even use El. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
In Assyria, in Babylon, in Syria, in Egypt, Canaanites. That's why he said, when you go down there, destroy everything. Destroy their groves, destroy their altars. Not my name. You shall not do so. You got to preserve that. Okay? And there is none other but he. That's why you can't take him and put him in a cartoon. My God, in a cartoon.
Right.
Tell she.
Who governeth the world with the palm of his hand?
God.
And all
God
things.
governs the world with the palm of his hand. He go like this, and whatever he will starts happening. That's the prophet raised his hand towards Moab and threw a curse out there, and it went down. He said, "The Lord, I raised my right hand." See, when you read, I'm pronouncing something. It could be good, it could be evil. That's why when the prophet came, he said, "Man, is everything good?" He said, "Yeah, it's everything good." Because if everything ain't good, he gonna stand up and say, like the gate of the city, and this, oh, when he put his hands up, he don't put both hands up, he put one hand up. Man, he pronouncing some drama on the city. So who governed the world with the palm of his hands? All God do is just move his hand. Whatever he wants done is done. Ain't that some power? He ain't got to come down there and move through a picture. He ain't got to do that. He said, "And all things obey his will." He ain't got to say nothing. All God got to do is will it. You ain't got to speak it. Right or wrong. You can will it inside, and it happened. That's God. Nobody can't do that. He said, "For he is the King of all, and by his power, dividing holy things among them from profane." This is the whole idea of us doing these commandments. So we don't be profane before God. He said, by God's power, he divided the holy things among us from the profane. That's why he said we have to make a difference between holy and unholy, between clean and unclean.
That's right.
Okay? Between holy and profane. We have to make a difference. Taushi.
To whom had he given power to declare his works? And who shall find out his noble acts? Who shall number the strength of his majesty? And who shall also tell out his mercy?
Nobody could do these things. Everything that God got is innumerable. You can't put a number on it. You can't put a number on one that lives forever, that was never born. It always is, always was here. Look, man, he made time for us.
That's right.
He didn't make time in the sun and all that for him.
That's right.
He don't need lights.
That's right.
I don't need none of that. The only thing that was there was darkness and water. Think about it. Show you how big God is. Some shit.
As for the wondrous works of the Lord, there may nothing be taken from them, neither may anything be put unto them, neither can the ground of them be found out. When a man had done, then he beginneth, and when he leave it all, then he shall be doubtful.
You gotta finish what you start, man. That's what it's saying. When he leave off, then he shall be doubtful, because he didn't finish. So you didn't finish completing your task with God. You left off. Some sheep.
What is man, and whereto serveth he? What is his good, and what is his evil?
These are questions general questions that people ask. He said, what is man? And whereto serveth he? Meaning, what is your purpose here? What is man? What's his purpose here? Don't you hear a lot of people say that? I'm trying to find my purpose in life. You never will if you don't serve God. You know, a lot of people are searching for God, right? And they find God, but they keep going. You're not searching for God. You thought you were searching for God.
The number of man's days at the most are 100 years.
100 years. Most men live to 70, 80. Most women live a little longer, 90, 100. Most men die before the woman. That's why the men are the ones that leave the wills. You don't hear about a woman leaving the will. Right or wrong? Up to today. Okay? What we got to do to provide takes a lot out of you. Okay? And over the years, it adds up. That's why men die for their wives. That's why you said, man, I got to leave something back, because you already expecting to die before them. Because that's the normal way.
You've been resting up and not been being pimped.
Well, that's what we cause.
Honestly, see my wife there, said she pimping me.
But you know, that's what we caused. We men were responsible.
That's right.
That's why it didn't go down until he ate it.
And guess what? That's our desire. We want to do that.
Yeah.
It's not nothing that we
No,
get
no,
angry
that's
at.
in us.
That's in
It's
us
in
to
us. We
provide.
want to go out and look into the
Provide.
mouth of a dragon
Exactly.
and bring that money back to your woman.
Bring it right back.
He said a man will go out and look into the
That's
mouth
right.
of a dragon,
Ah.
chase a lion.
That's right. Just to bring what
What he
he
said,
needs to bring back.
put
That's right.
put a brick in the hospital.
That's right.
He said make a piece of steel sick.
Just to take care of what he needs
And
to
then
take
look,
care of.
look.
That's right.
When he come home, that crazy guy, that mad guy, that killer, he ain't in the house. The woman is the one. That's your backbone.
The woman that
Nobody else can't calm. Look, nobody else can calm Mama down. He my good. He my good. Okay? That's the joy of when a man and a woman become one.
That's right.
I ease you and you ease me. It's a mutual thing, man. Because if it's one way, somebody gonna get worn out.
That's right.
It said if a woman maintain her husband, soon she shall become indignant. Because it's different.
That's right.
She got all the responsibility.
That's right.
You home all day. You home all day.
Not
She got 2 jobs.
Yeah.
It's not gonna last.
You won't-
That relationship is not gonna last. She's gonna feel away.
Mhm.
The man don't come home and say, man, you been sitting down all day. He come home, there's food ready there. The house is clean, quiet. Because he just came from a noisy environment, arguing, people on the train. Listen, we go through what we go through because we had it easy. Adam had it easy.
Mhm.
Okay? He didn't have to plant no seed. He didn't have to do nothing. Now, you're gonna have to go and work that field. Okay? It's not gonna be an easy job. And then you gotta do that to take care of yours.
Mhm.
So that's why the men leave early most of the time. Most of the time the women leave early, she got sick and died, or it was an accident. But on the normal, the man is the one that leaves the will.
That's right.
You don't hear no woman talk about I gotta leave a will. It doesn't go there. We automatically in humans, certain things it don't even have to be said. We just know that this is the way it is.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
And that's the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
So you ain't supposed to, a parent not supposed to be seeing all their kids die before them.
No.
That's why it's such a hurtful thing when you see a mother, especially in that the street, you hear her cry. That ain't nothing, yo, man. Make you cry.
Bitter cry.
You ever heard that bitter cry? I heard that bitter cry many times. Personally, I heard that bitter cry. It make me cry. Yeah, it's no joke, man. It said Sisera's mother was at the window waiting for her son, who was the king, big bad guy that tried to run down on Israel. He got chased and killed by a woman. Okay? But his mother is there waiting for her son to come home. You're never too old for your parents.
That's
You're
right.
going to always be their babies. They're going to look at you and still see the baby that you were. You know how I know? Because I do the same thing with my children. I do the same thing. My son's got beards now. I look at those. He got a beard. I remember when, we all do that. It's been done to us. So you still my baby. I don't care if you get big, whatever, you still my baby. You still my son. You still my daughter. And that's why the honor got to be given up. Tell me.
As a drop of water unto the sea, and a gravel stone in comparison of the sand, so are 1,000 years to the days of eternity.
See, eternity, right? There's no limit to that. It goes on forever. So 1,000 years is nothing to God. 1,000 years is like yesterday to God. Well, 1,000 years is more. Is generations of lifetime dead and alive.
That's right.
We said 1,000 years. That's a long time. I ain't gonna live that long. God, 1,000 years. That's like a second to Him. That's why He don't move on our time that He made for us. Y'all understand that?
That's right.
Okay, because 1,000 years is like yesterday. So all of this that's happening on earth is but a mere moment before God. it's understand how grandioso the Most High God is. That even time is small and minute to him. 1,000 years is like a day to one who lived, to the one who lived forever.
Right.
Time sheet.
Therefore is God patient with
That's
them.
why he's going. He said, therefore, he said the reason why God could be so patient is because he lived forever. He don't got time. We got time. He said, man, I ain't got time for this, man. God got all the time. He don't go by time. He lived forever. So there's no limit to his mercy, his wrath, his jealousy, his love. Right or wrong?
That's right.
So that's why they explain to you about God. God, you will get to know God if you do this and read
That's right.
and believe. He said, therefore, is God patient with him? That's why God is patient with you. He ain't going nowhere. You are. He ain't going nowhere. He said, right here, I'm long suffering. I'll wait. He said, and pour it forth his mercy upon them. When something get poured on you, it's a lie. It's not one mercy. Okay? You got that mercy this day. You need more. You need mercy. You're a sinner. And you're trying to get yourself back on track with God. You're going to need his mercy. His mercy is what makes him forgive you. Okay? Time sheet.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 18, the Apocrypha. The mercy of man is to
12, verse 12.
He saw and perceived their end to be evil. Therefore, he multiplied his compassion.
Dig this now. Dig this.
That's deep.
Stop saying ain't no nothing happen when you die. God can see your end is going to be evil. That's why he multiplied his mercy and his compassion to allow you time to repent.
Open that you repent. That's right.
Y'all got that?
That's right. That's right.
He can see your end. And with the way you are, you're going to go to the pit.
Yeah.
When you die, your end. Not your end comes after you die.
That's right.
Okay? He said, therefore, he multiplied his compassion because he really don't want you to go that way. You created something, right? You don't want to see it die.
No.
You built a car by hand from scratch. It's going to frustrate you when it don't work, right or wrong.
That's right.
We're God's creatures. That's what he called us. He said to one guy, he said, how you going to have more pity for my creature than me? If I kill him, you can't feel sorry for him. I made him. You don't think all of this stuff hurt me, but I'm long suffering and I got time to wait for you. I know you're going to be good. You're going to be good. You, no end. No end. So you're going to get mercy. He said that your mercy, he said that mercies are importable to ones who are sinners. He said, but not like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who did not sin. You know who said that? Manasseh.
Manasseh said that.
King Manasseh.
Right.
The guy who went further than Ahab. He said Ahab couldn't touch this guy when it came to abominations and idols. He made an altar to the sun, moon, stars, and everything he see up there. Then he made an idol to himself. All right. Then to his family. Then to everybody round about him. He made an altar and an idol. He followed every deity that was existing to these people. But one day, he thought himself. And he was truthful with himself. He made his mind up. And when he made his mind up, he said something to God. He asked God not to condemn him to the lower parts of the earth. That is not the grave. It's only 6 feet. You know how deep the earth is?
Very deep.
So your body ain't going down there. Your spirit is. Let's use some common sense. Did you go to school? Did you get a GED? Did we understand 1 + 1 is 2? Do you know how to read? Do you understand? Do you know how to look up definitions? I got to start questioning these things. Did you do good in school? Because not everybody in school, everybody read the same book in school and got different grades. So everybody's going to read this and get it different. So it should behoove you guys to listen and believe what's being read. Tom sheet.
The mercy of man is towards his neighbor.
The mercy of man, you can't give God mercy. So we give each other mercy.
Right.
I let you go for things that you deserve to get hit up for.
Right.
That's mercy. You deserve this. but you get a reprieve. Anytime you don't get what you deserve for your wrongdoing, that was mercy. And that's for you to think yourself and get right. So you don't need to rely on mercy. Okay? You can get to the point where you don't need mercy. But God look and say, man, that man is right. That woman is right before me.
All facts.
I ain't got to show them mercy because, man, the man said mercy to us because we are sinners. And God see that your end as a sinner is not going to be good, and he don't want that for you. He has compassion. He don't want to see your end.
You don't delight
Even
in
though
the
you do
death
some despicable things.
You don't
You
delight
do some things that, look, we as humans, we cut you off. No mercy. You get cut off. We ain't messing with you no more. God still have his hands open and said, man, tell me ready to come back here. I ain't like that. I ain't like that.
You don't delight in the death
I like it when you acknowledge your sins and your faults and you repent and you make up your mind to do this. God likes that. He does not delight in the death of the wicked.
Talk about it.
Tell you.
But the mercy of the Lord is upon all flesh. He reprove it and nurture it and teach it and bring it again as a shepherd.
God reproves you. He corrects you. You don't come down until this. Things happen. And if you don't look to blame anybody, you will see it. He said he nurture it. He nurtures you. He tell you how to eat, how to dress, how to be, how to behave. Right? He nourishes you, trains you, tell you how to be. He said, and teach it. That's why when you read, you will see something that you didn't see 5 years ago. That's God showing you. You ever look for your pen? And the pen is in your hand? Come on, y'all. Real life stuff, man. This is real life stuff. Glasses on your face, you're looking for your glasses. You forgot to put them on. Right? God shut your eyes.
5 years ago, you wasn't ready for that.
You wasn't ready. Now you're ready to see it because you was putting work in for what you knew back then. What you know, you put work in, and you got to put work in time to it. Then after a while, things will be revealed to you. That's God teaching you. Okay? He said, and bring it again as a shepherd his flock, and he going to bring you back into his fold. Time shoot.
He had mercy on them that received discipline. And the diligent.
I'm going to be easy with you because I see when I rebuke you, you don't get hard on me. When I rebuke you, you don't drop my laws. So I ain't doing this no more. When I say something to you, you say, I don't want to be here no more. Everybody does that.
Excuses.
We got to stop being that way. We got to stop being. You can't get your way, so you don't want to come here no more. Who do you think you are? Look.
Excuses.
Watch out. God has many ways to push you away. Some shit. He said, he had mercy on them that receive discipline and that diligently seek after his judgments. Like he said, you got to watch after the judgment. So you can't do. Can't do. This is for free people. Come shoot.
My son, blemish not thy good deeds.
The good stuff, the good things you've done in serving God, don't mess that up by sinning. Once you sin, you threw all that away. You're back to default. He said, once you sin, all the good that man has done shall not be remembered. We ain't talking about that no more.
That's in Ezekiel.
That's what God said.
That's in Ezekiel.
He said Ezekiel. We read that last week.
Yeah.
We was in that last week.
Yeah.
He said, I ain't going to bring it up no more.
He
said, but you start doing good now, I can't bring up your dirt. Yo, man, be quiet, man. He's doing the right thing right now. Give him a chance. You want him to do bad? You want him to be against God? You want God to destroy him? You have no mercy towards man. You have none. And I can see where God has a lot of mercy for you because you're doing a lot of sinning. And it got your heart black and hard. And when you're hard with yourself like that against God, you don't want nobody to win with God.
That's right.
You're a hater. Time sheet.
My son, blemish not thy good deeds, neither use uncomfortable words when thou givest anything.
The man always talking about offending people. Maybe we see it now. All I'm saying is, man, I don't like certain words and stuff being come. I don't like you coming at me like that. I'm not going to do that to you.
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah.
This is something that shouldn't
That's
have to be
just.
explained.
Right.
Out of all these laws, what if you don't like for yourself, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't allow it, man.
That's right.
That's all.
Stop using the beamer for personal use.
That's right. It's not for that. Nehemiah didn't get up there and start doing that. He said they read out the book of the law
Right.
That's it.
and broke it down for them.
That's
You know
it.
what the people did? They cried.
They cried.
Nobody had their
70
face.
years.
Nobody disassembled.
70
70 years. They were eating
wasn't-
unclean. They wasn't doing no commandments.
They wasn't doing no law.
Most of the people didn't
70
come back.
years.
That's
Some
the other
stayed
part.
there and didn't come back.
Most
Why
of
say
them
they
come
come
back.
back? He said they
That's right.
stayed there for business
That's
reasons.
right.
They was feeling it. They was jacking
That's
it.
right.
Stank.
That's right.
He said most of the Israelites, and I read this
They
in
got
history book. It said
That's
most of
right.
the Israelites did not come back from
That's right.
the Babylonian
That's right.
of 70 years imprisonment because of good life and business purposes. They was making a lot of good money up there.
That's right.
So they said, man, I'm not going back over there. So they weren't appearing. They stopped appearing. They stopped Shabbats. They stopped the new moons. That's why I said, away with all of that, man. Y'all didn't respect it. I'm not going to respect it now. Y'all want to do that over there? Go on over there and be his slave. But you want to do commandments. You didn't do them when you had the land. He said, but guess what? When I kick you out, you're going to want to do them. And you ain't going to get it right. Because you messed your chance up. You don't get it easy like that.
Right.
He said, so watch your words. Stop using uncomfortable words. There are words that are uncomfortable. They don't have to be profanity all the time either.
Right.
Right?
No.
Right.
Okay.
Like talking about certain things. That's what they do.
If there's a eunuch here, I'm not going to talk about certain things concerning a man and a woman or having children or the joy
That's in
of
the
a birth. He said the eunuch look at this virgin and he go like this
That's in the book. He said, don't make that.
because he can't have children.
That's
He
in the
can't
book.
have that joy. He
That's
can't
in the
have.
book.
He said, shall I have pleasure? She said, shall I have? So me and my husband have pleasure making this child? You don't get none of that.
Abraham and Sarah.
You don't get none of
No
that.
bumping grinding, huh?
It wasn't bumping the ground for a long time. It stopped that for a while. Marriage is not built on that. The sex starts the marriage.
That's right.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
Seals the deal.
Yeah.
Okay? When you go into her, she become his wife.
That's right.
Right? You're living all together after a while. Certain things don't work no more. You ain't moving like that. She stopped seeing her period. Men, you're not going to get that sexual desire like you used to as you get older. And that's why you see old couples, they're not getting down like that. That's why she said, oh, wow, we're going to have pleasure? Shall me and my husband have pleasure? She didn't say, oh, I'm going to have a baby. She said pleasure. So you got to watch uncomfortable words and know the type of people you got to look like. See, you got to watch your words, man. Stop saying things because we like to throw. It's for you, but I threw it over here.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about you.
Yeah.
I know you're talking about me, bro. I can't prove it. But see, this is the slick stuff. This is the slickness of wickedness. Can't prove it. I don't have witnesses. But you're doing it. See what I'm saying? It's the heights of wickedness. That's why you need a prophet now. That's when you need a Urim and Thummim. We don't have that no more.
Not you damn fake profane.
Time sheet.
Shall not the dew assuage the heat?
Yes.
So is a word better than a gift?
Shall not the dew. The dew was before the rain. Before God started causing it to rain.
Before the rain.
He caused a mist.
That's right.
And that
To
mist
come up
would water
That's right.
the plant even today.
That's right.
You get up early in the morning, right before sunbreak,
The grass
and the
wet.
grass is wet.
That's that dew.
That's dew.
That's right.
God does that
That's right.
personally. Okay? He said, now that dew, when it was hot, when the dew comes, it make the grass and the land cool. All right? He said, now this is what you call a metaphor. That is being compared to a word is better than a gift. Certain words will ease a person.
That's
I
right.
say, yo, man, I'm glad I spoke to you, man. I was uptight, but then I sat down and I went there, yo, he told me something, she told me something about it. And, yo, I don't have that heavy spirit on me. No. That's a gift. That's better than a gift.
That's right.
You could that's positive feedback. for you to do right before God.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
Lo, is not a word better than a gift? But both are with a gracious man.
You hear that? If you're a gracious man, you're going to have a word and a gift. You're going to have a good word and a gift. Okay? It tells you who's gracious and what gracious people do, what wicked people do, what righteous people do, how a righteous person thinks.
Yeah.
These things, that's how you get taught. Okay? It tells you the characteristics and the ways and the actions of someone who served God. And then it tells you the opposite of that and what that is. So now you are able to make a difference, discern between holy and profane. He gave us, I gave them the understanding now to go and see, okay, well, this is not right. According to the law, this ain't right. According to the book, that is wrong. According to the book, that is correct. We got to start doing that. That's how we're supposed to do it. Time shoot.
A fool will upbraid churlishly, and a gift for the envious consumeth the eyes.
All the fool do is run their mouth because they can't have their way. It will bring up things. Okay? Churlishly. You know what churlish is? Arrogance. Can't talk to you. I can't even talk to you, man. You asked me a question. Can I finish? I don't like talking to people like that.
That was Nabal.
That was Nabal. He was churlish. He's a hard man. The young man said he's a hard man to talk to. He's a hard man to reason with. You can't reason with him about righteousness, wickedness, nothing.
Said he railed on him.
He rarely, like, I barked on him. They kept in line, but they were sent there. They were only sent there to send a message,
Not the pop off.
not to pop off. But David would have been mad at them. He didn't send them there.
Why did I kill him?
They are delegates. When you being sent, you are the messenger of who sent you. You represent who sent you. So your behavior has to be a certain way. Okay? That's why God said, let me pick my messengers, my prophets. Everybody can't be a messenger. I'll pick them from the womb. Time sheet.
A fool will upbraid churlishly, and the gift of the envious consumeth the eyes.
You don't want envy. Jealous people, you got people who will give you gifts and they're jealous of you. They give you the gift to hide that hatred. So it's not good to take a gift from everybody. Our forefathers didn't go around taking gifts from everybody. The person that give you a gift got to be a good friend of yours or a God-fearing person. I see that's the only one that took gifts. And the God-fearing, it depends what the gift is. You know, we got to go into detail.
Timing of the gift.
Yeah. Because you might be giving me a gift to later on persuade me to go against. That's why you can't give the judges no gift. Because the judges don't get no gift. Time sheet.
Learn before thou speak, and use physics, or ever thou be sick.
So you should learn this book. It takes a long time to become a teacher. It took all my life to be a teacher.
Physics is what?
Okay? Took all his life to be a teacher. Took all his life to be a teacher.
That's right.
It's a lifetime thing.
That's
of
right.
doing, analyzing, and experience. You gotta live this stuff, what you're talking. Okay? That's why certain teachers come up, they know what they're talking about. They can tell you through self-experience. Time shoot.
Before judgment, examine yourself.
Before judgment, examine yourself. You want to condemn that man, but you do the same thing.
That's right. You do.
I told one guy, yo, you cursed many. Now you want to get uptight over one little, you bugging. Have you? They said he has cursed also. But he get all hissy fit, and you the main one doing it. You like to dish it out. You don't like it getting dished back to you. Okay? Stop that. Go to 2nd Ezra chapter 8.
2nd Ezra?
Yes.
In the Apocrypha.
Yes.
2nd Ezra chapter 8.
Scroll on.
2nd Ezra chapter 8.
Yeah.
And he answered me, saying, the Most High had made this world for many.
Listen to this, y'all. Pay attention.
The Most High has made this world for many. But
God,
the world to come for
God
few.
made this planet for millions of people. But what?
But the world to come for few.
The world to come, that ain't come here yet.
Uh-oh.
There's a time when this is going to cease.
Uh-oh.
Because this is all the first world still.
Uh-oh.
But we're at the bottom of the first world.
Uh-oh.
We're at the bottom of the first world. Because according to this, it said, but the world to come. So this whole thing, from the beginning, Genesis, to when this world ends, another world will come. There will be another life. Okay? He said, but that's only for a few people.
Uh-oh.
Everybody in the world don't get that. Everybody that died don't get that.
Uh-oh.
Making it clear. This is why they cut this book out. Because it's a detail, a straight, perfect detail. And it backs up what I read in the Old Testament. Okay? He said, the Most High had made this world for many, but the world to come for few.
Second Ezra, chapter 8, verse 2. I will tell thee a similitude, Ezra. As when thou askest the earth, it shall say unto thee, that it given much mold, whereof earthen vessels are made.
Much mold, much wood. Okay? Much materials and minerals that you can take and make a vessel, make a house, make a ship, make an engine of war, make weapons, make things. Okay? That's the earth. The earth will tell you that's what I give up freely. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of trees. All right? A lot of this, a lot of that. Right?
But little dust that gold cometh of.
But you ain't gonna find gold everywhere.
Yeah.
You see that? You understand how God did everything? Gold ain't everywhere because it ain't for everybody to have it. The dust that gold coming from is only in certain places. And that's where people take and they hoard it up. No other nation get this. It's not gold is not common like trees. Am I correct?
Yep.
No. Like leaves. Like dirt. Okay, you gotta search for it.
That's right.
Okay. He said, even so
is the course of this present world.
That's everybody, that's the human. See, this is what you call metaphoric. Okay? Okay? Not everybody gonna make it.
Uh-oh.
Because he said, little dust, the gold cometh out of. That gold is the righteous people. Little bit of righteous people gonna come out of the world. Okay? Little bit of people. Tom sheet.
There be many created, but few shall be saved.
Look, it's already in the books. It's already in the books. That's why Amalek kept talking about crashing the party. That's why he kept saying he got to crash the party. Because everybody in the party is already in.
Right.
Everybody in the invite is checked. I got to get myself on that guest list.
They don't believe it, though. They don't believe it.
That's what he meant by crash the party.
They don't believe it.
It's already done. He got his
it.
saints. He said, my saints asleep.
They don't believe it.
You got to make your saint. You got to really stand out in these days.
They don't believe it.
Okay? He said, but few shall be saved. Saved from what? When? How? Why? Your spirit know. Your spirit know. Many are created. Everybody ain't going to make it. The God's salvation. Get saved from what? The pit. Get saved from eternal destruction, Tom Sheep.
So answered I and said, swallow them down, O my soul, understanding and devour wisdom.
He said, look, but you know what? I commanded my soul to take all wisdom.
And understand it.
Understand it to depart from evil. Everything that I can do to depart from evil, that I got it covered.
I got it covered.
He made his mind up. I said, swallow them down, O my soul. He's speaking to himself. So yes, it's good to speak to yourself. Time sheet.
For thou hast agreed to give ear and art willing to prophesy.
You know what give ear is? I hearken. When you hearken, you listen without interruption. I got a question, I will wait. Let the person finish. He said to give respectful attention. If I'm talking to you, don't let somebody else interrupt our conversation. Just say, hold up, bro, let me finish. Because it's not good. It's not good. You talking, and another brother come and just get in front of me and say, hey man, he don't even say, look, I just want to know nothing. Getting your attention, but you in the conversation. He said, do not interrupt men and they talk. Men don't interrupt men and they talk. Time sheet.
For thou hast no longer space than only to live.
The only space that you got was the time that you got to live on this planet. So you ain't got that much time. Time ticking. Time sheet. Wait. Go down to verse 8.
2nd Ezra, chapter 8, verse 8. For when the body is fashioned, now in the mother's womb.
In the mother's womb. God is the one that got his hand in there. He's shaping the fingers. He's going to give you the eyebrows that make you look just like your Abba. That's why you look like your Abba. That's why you look like your Ima. God made it that way. He fashioned. You know what fashion is? When he make you. He make your body in there. Okay? He said, now when the body is fashioned now in the mother's womb, and thou givest it members, what? Fingers,
arms, legs, head.
Everything that protrudes from the bulk of your body. Okay? Remember, you were liquid. Protoplasmic liquid. God made you flesh and bones and sinews. Okay? Only God could do things like this. And we pattern after God, we make our computers with a brain. The computers have a machine. The machine does this. It has a brain. Everything got a brain. Like how God gave us a brain. We make and create everything. What we making machines here after the pattern of God. Okay? Time sheet.
But when the body is fashioned now in the mother's womb, and thou givest it members, thy creature is preserved in fire and water.
You see when they're in that water? There's heat in there. While they're in there, that heat, that fire, that water is hot. And the fire is life. That's what's keeping that baby alive. From the breath that God gave Adam. That Shammah was talking about, it's in there. It forms in there. It comes up. And then God formed you. That's why you don't have to keep doing it over and over again. Just form you. Time sheet.
9 months thy workmanship endure thy creature, which is created in her.
Creature, we are his creatures. Time sheet. Okay, hold on. Skip that. Go to 19.
Therefore, hear my voice and understand my words.
Hear God's voice and understand his words.
And I shall speak before thee. This is the beginning of the words of Ezra. Before he was taken up. And I said,
before he was taken up, he didn't die. He was taken up like Elijah was. Okay?
They say that's metaphor too.
No, that's not no metaphor. Y'all don't know the terms of old English. Y'all don't know the terms of the language. You see the etymology? They don't know etymology. Okay? It says taken up. When they speak this old English, taken up, not just spirit.
He didn't taste death.
He did not taste death.
He didn't taste death.
And there's another part I'm going to find where it said he was translated. When you're translated, you go up like Enoch and Elijah. Because it said they were, no, I'm talking about Ezra. You go up like Elijah and Enoch. They were translated. Meaning from this world to another world. They were changed. They went through the change without dying. But you don't have to believe none of this. See, you're supposed to see something else so you don't serve God. That's why. Go to verse 27.
Regard not the wicked inventions of the heathens.
Yo, everything that's out there is not for you to jump on. That's right. Every trend, every saying, everything. That's right. Watch the wicked inventions. Inventions is stuff they come up with. That's right. The days they come up with. Not just an invention. Oh, I made this and down. This could paint the whole house. Not that type of invention.
Happy sibling day.
Okay? That type of invention. Making up things that God didn't make up. Okay? You inventing new days, new ways, traditions, and cultures that God never approved of. Don't regard that.
National Burger
Day. No, today is Cheeseburger Day. They said today is National Cheeseburger Day. So you're worshiping cheeseburgers now. That's where we at now. We went lower than a stock of wood. A piece of dead meat now. With blood and fat in it. And the cheese got fat and blood in it too. And the blood got fat in it too. The bread got fat in it. Listen, man, start reading. Know what you're putting in your body. They're wicked. They don't want you to eat clean. They don't know. They don't care about that. Who do you think you are? Why don't you just take this food like everybody else? So you need to watch what you eat. Read the ingredients. We got phones. You ain't got to wait to come home and go in the dictionary. You there? I just pull up and I'm look and find out if this thing comes from an animal source, you don't want it. If you're not sure if it comes from an animal source, you don't want it. You have to be 100% sure, because once it has an animal source, it got blood in it. They don't take the blood out. Tom shit. You can't buy a can of sloppy Joe and make that. All you're doing is reheating something that they cook for you with the blood, the fat, and the Lord knows what else is in there. Tom shit.
But the desire of those that keep our testimonies in affliction.
He said, regard not, don't pay attention, don't go after, don't follow the heathen, the inventions of the heathen. He said, but desire of those that keep our testimonies in afflictions. You know, I'm going through it. I'm going through stuff the heathen ain't going through. I'm keeping God's commandments. They say, hey man, don't you say you serve God of Moses? Why is that happening to you? I said, I thought y'all was God's people, but they don't understand. They don't understand. We recognize God when we get afflicted. When we go through it, that's when we depend on Him, because that's what started getting out of Egypt, right or wrong. So it's the same thing. You show yourself when you get afflicted. The affliction was coming in Egypt. They cried out. That's what God got them out there. So now, individually, when you go through it and you recognize God is doing this, and you get right, He said, man, you keep my testimonies, you keep my laws and my ways, even when you ain't got no money, even when you ain't got no job, even when you lost this, even when you messed this up, even when this happened, you still kept God's commandments. You didn't make this become an excuse. Tom shit.
Think not upon those that have walked faintly.
Faintly means he fronting. He fronting. You don't do none of these commandments. Okay? He's in disguise. Okay? He said, don't think about them that walked, that lived a charade in front of you. He said, but remember them which according to thy will have known thy fear. Remember the ones that feared you. Because when they feared you, they didn't commit iniquity.
Right.
He said, let it not be thy will to destroy them, which have lived like beasts. When you don't follow God's commandments, you're a beast. He look at you like a beast that don't know no better. What beasts do? Beasts eat things we frown on, right or wrong.
Beasts use the bathroom anywhere.
They use the bathroom anywhere. They procreate anywhere. They don't care if people around, they jump right there. It's like they don't know no better. He said, now, you sin so much, you're like them. He said, but look, he said, don't look to them. And let it not be thy will to destroy them. He said, look, God, like I said, God don't like destroying the wicked. He even gives them a chance. He said, let it not be thy will to destroy them, which have lived like beasts. Give them a chance. He said, but to look upon them that have clearly taught thy law. Clearly taught thy law. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you can eat meat out of a restaurant as long as it's well done. It's well done. But that ain't get the blood or the fat out. So I can't tell you. I can't tell you something that God didn't say. Okay? Clearly taught thy law. That's it. Well, you know how you clearly teach God's law? You just keep what it says and stand on that. Because it's clear already. Thou shalt not steal. Means you don't take nothing that don't belong to you in any form or fashion. There's different ways to steal. You don't touch none of those departments. That's it. That's clear. Right or wrong? Yep. Do we have to go through anything to understand that? No. Okay. Why we got to go through other laws? Why was it with big debates on other laws? Because they don't want to stop. They're not believing, and they don't want to stop. Time sheet.
Take thou no indignation at them which are deemed worse than beasts, but love them that always put their trust in thy righteousness and glory.
We're at verse 41.
But as the husbandman soweth much seed.
You know who was a husbandman? That was before the word was called a farmer. For farmers, that word, he was a husbandman. Sometimes you go out and plant your vineyard. You're a husbandman. husbandry. Okay? Has nothing to do with you being a husband. Okay? Time sheet.
They call Noah.
But as the husbandman sowed much seed upon the ground and planted many trees, and yet the thing that is sown good in his season cometh not up.
No. It's season. This is apple season. I planted 36 apple seeds, right? 10 only came up. That's what God's saying. Everything that you plant ain't gonna sprout. You plant many trees, yet the thing that is sown good in this season cometh not up. He said, neither do it all that is planted take root. Same thing with men and women. Same thing with the inhabitants of the same thing with people. All right? Everybody is living, but everybody's not going to live according to God and bear root. Not everybody's going to bear root in this. Most of the world is going to die not knowing about this. Okay? That's what he's telling you what to expect. That's why it's not to teach the world.
Okay.
Not the world, Craig.
No.
No.
You don't stand on corners and talk God wrong.
We speak to each other, to our people. He said, go stand in the gates of Jerusalem. He didn't say go stand in the gates of these guys.
And warn the Canaanites.
Okay?
Go
only
warn
one
the
time
Canaanites.
the Syrians were warned.
That's it.
I don't see no other kingdom being warned. It was a last good generation that the Syrians had. After that, they were done. He says, even so is it of them that are sown in the world, they shall not all be saved. Everybody gets planted in the world and lives, but not everybody is going to do the works that keeps them from getting punished from God for how they lived. Time sheet.
I answered then and said, if I have found grace, let me speak. Like as the husbandman's seed perisheth, if it come not up, and receive not thy rain in due season. Or if there come
See, that's
too
why
much
when rain came, rain
corrupt.
only came in due season. It didn't just rain at any given time. God let it rain in Israel when we needed it, when our crops needed it, when we needed water. We didn't get crazy rain like that. Time sheet.
Even so perisheth man also, which is formed with thy hands, and is called thine own image, because thou art like unto him, for whose sake thou hast made all things, and likened him unto the husbandman's seed.
Go down to verse 49.
In that thou hast humbled thyself as it becometh thee, and hast not judged thyself worthy.
This is another way you humble yourself. He's telling Ezra. Now remember, Ezra's godly. He don't do what the people do. But he said, I could tell you a humble cool, that you didn't judge yourself worthy and to be much glorified among the righteous. You didn't look at the rest of the people that's messing up and judge yourself above them. Your heart did not get lifted up amongst your brethren, even though they'll get wrong.
Humility, I got you.
When you step to me, you counted yourself in. And I made the exception. Your father made the exception. Your father said, hey, this is the best son I got. You can't say you're the best son your father got. You can't say, well, I'm going to say I'm the best. You can't do that.
I got you, man.
So you can't do that with God. So you can't do that with your parents. Everybody puts in work. Okay? All of Jacob's sons put in work.
Okay.
Whoever it was.
Okay, I got
Some got different jobs. Okay? So it's not for you to pat yourself in the back of what you're supposed to be doing.
Okay, teacher.
If you humbled yourself and you won't judge yourself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous. I don't do what they do. Right? But I'm not going to tell good. But I'm not gonna look down on them and treat them as such. I would rather teach them. All right, with that, I hope you got what was brought.
Shalom.
Next week, we're starting at 10:30. Because the time goes back. So we're bringing the time back. We start at 10:30. Right? And we'll be breaking at 3.
All right.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
Shalom.